an image from some astronomy software that I have. This red line right here is the ecliptic. That's an imaginary line that astronomers use, and it marks the path of the constellations of the zodiac. Obviously, we have sun and moon here along the ecliptic in this illustration. Here's an illustration of the, again, familiar constellations, how they follow the ecliptic right here. Now, what we have here, and again, this is part of a lecture I do in Revelation 12, is the constellation Virgo, the Virgin. If you go back and read Revelation 12, it is very obviously about the virgin birth of Jesus, the Messiah. But the signs and symbols that are used in Revelation 12 are well-known astronomical symbols. The constellation Virgo is the only one that represents a woman. For 20 days, Virgo is clothed with the sun. That's an astronomical term that means the sun appears in the constellation. That language comes from Revelation 12. But in Revelation 12, we not only have the sun clothing the woman, or inside the woman, we have the moon at her feet. The important note here is that for 20 days, Virgo gets clothed with the sun. But the exact day when the moon is under her feet can occur only during an 80-minute window within that span of days. So both of these signs, the sun in Virgo and the moon at her feet, are important. And the sun is about midway in her midsection. Again, there's symbology there as far as a pregnancy. If you actually looked up the constellation Virgo in Norton's star atlas, and I'm sure other atlases, there would be 12 visible stars around her head. Again, this is all well-known ancient world symbology and astronomical observable astronomy. If we look at the alignment of constellations, here's Virgo in the middle. I've taken the pictures out and just done the line drawings. Sun in the midst of Virgo, moon at her feet right here. Above Virgo's head is Leo, of course, the lion symbology, the Lion of Judah. Within Jupiter, at the very same time that Virgo is clothed with the sun and the moon is at her feet, we have a conjunction between Regulus and Jupiter. Jupiter is known as the king's star in ancient astronomy. It's because it's the biggest one. Regulus, of course, if you know Latin, you know that's terminology for the king. That is the king.
So Richard Madsen said he had some falsification of the September 11th 3 BC being an actual astronomical event on that date. So I was hoping he's going to come show me that. So we'll see if he does. I'm just going to play Heiser's thing for now, for some reason, with the stupid Russian subtitles, which is just a lack of plan. But anybody's welcome to join if they have any comments on the subject. I'm totally open to any other views. This makes sense to me so far. But CJ is definitely looking into it, and look forward to more of that. So anyway, let's continue.
King star. So we have the king planet, Jupiter, and the king star, Regulus, in conjunction. If you did any reading on, like out of Martin's book or some other sources, this is very important symbology for a royal birth. It's known all through the ancient world. It just so happens that in this situation, we have this simultaneous conjunction in the constellation Leo, again, which was in Jewish astronomy and Jewish astrology, and that was practiced for many centuries. We have the sign of a royal birth in the tribe of Judah, which is obviously messianic. And by the way, the whole thing about Jewish astrology, there have been a number of zodiac mosaics uncovered in Jewish synagogues in Palestine in the early centuries, the early church. Their whole dissertations written on this subject. Jewish and Christian attitudes toward the stars. There is an Orthodox astronomy, an Orthodox astrology, if you want to call it that. In the ancient world, astronomy and astrology are pretty blurred. And there are obvious non-Orthodox or pagan systems as well. Below here, below the woman, okay, we have the sun in Virgo and the Virgin, moon at her feet. In modern zodiac, we have here Scorpio and then Libra.
So this is just an impromptu thing because I thought Richard wanted to show me something. I think maybe he didn't get my email, but he asked me to open it. And I saw that CJ changed his thing for a little bit later. So I'm just kind of waiting for Richard because he was saying that this is wrong or something. So, and he was rather sure of himself. So I wanted to hear that. I'll probably, if nothing happens here, I'll probably just erase this whole video, the stream. But I did find interesting on Rob's stream of something I hadn't heard before with Isaiah like 8 or whatever I think it was. I haven't looked at it yet, but the interpretation of that being a fulfillment. But I thought about looking at that, but I don't really want to bring it up until CJ does his stream because I want to see what he has to say about it before I just walk all over that. So we'll see what comes of that. Anybody's welcome to come in.
The scales. In the ancient world, these were combined. If you can conceive of this in your imagination, here's the tail of Scorpio, and then Libra was thought to be the claws that were joined right here. So this entire set of what are now 2 constellations were in the ancient world viewed as one, and it was known as the dragon.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Oh, not bad. How about you?
I'm all right. Working all day, but the weather's horrible. But no, it's good. Are you been looking at this thing?
Yeah, amongst other things as well. I've been doing a lot of stuff simultaneously, but as you know, I'm doing actually a response to Rob Rowe's recent video, which is the same theory as Heiser. So
yeah, big surprise, right?
no, I know, right?
Although I haven't really, I have to be honest, I haven't really looked at trying to look at this alignment thing and really look at it closely as far as like using any software to check it or whatever. But I kind of presume Heiser is not an idiot. I mean, have you looked into anything like to confirm that this actually was a thing that occurred, or were you saying it's happened twice? I think you said.
Well, there's a couple things. The first thing is the Star of Bethlehem thing he talks about with Regulus and Venus and Jupiter and all that. That took place over a nearly 2-year period of time. So that's the first thing that's important to note. And that's incredibly important to note because the guy who originally published it does not believe in a September 11th birthday. He believes in I believe, March 21st birthday. So it's interesting that, and I believe that this evidence could argue for, though I don't think it demonstrates, a December 25th birthday. So the point is, we may have discovered the Star of Bethlehem, but it doesn't help us at all.
Was the Star of Bethlehem thing fit the 5 BC one too then?
Yeah, because have occurred because this whole thing starts in very early 4 BC. And so what my view would be is that when we have Jesus's birth in late 5 BC, this event then starts from essentially that timetable, because we know that it took roughly 2 years for this event to occur, and we know that the Magi showed up at the end of it, and we know that he was roughly 2 years old when they showed up.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So, because they didn't actually, what's the verse on that? Like, that shows that.
It's Herod, actually. Herod says that when he goes to send the soldiers to Bethlehem to kill all the children, he says to kill any child 2 years or younger, which implies that,
Nice.
yeah. So whatever the Magi's knew, it was enough to say that he was at most 2 years old, and probably, at least you would think, greater than 1, right? Because they wouldn't think of him as being that old. If
So
he was, go ahead.
Do you think he was saying it's possible that so we don't know for sure the date that he made that, right? Or do we? The decree, right? That's up for debate, right? So it could be that could fit the same 2 dates, though, right? Couldn't it? As far as that's why, couldn't that be the reason he's saying 2 years old? Because it started then, and he knew that sign or something. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm totally I'm guessing.
So that is a point of contention, namely because we're not 100% sure when Herod died. And in fact, Rob actually brings this up in his video. He suggests that Herod probably died closer to 1 BC.
Wow, that seems even further than what I've heard. But
yeah, most historians would suggest he died sometime between 4 and 3 BC, with the latest I've heard being 2 BC, but there is a small fringe group of scholars that does say 1 BC. By the way, I don't use the word fringe insultingly there. Obviously, my own view of December 25th is fringe, but just to give you an idea of what scholars tend to suggest.
A minority, in other words, a small minority.
Exactly.
So wasn't the majority, or maybe even still the majority, that really he didn't die any time later than 4 BC? I mean, as far as no time closer to the turn of the AD.
Yeah, the most common date that I have heard is 3 BC. And this is actually the same one that Rob responds to in his video. And so the information we have is that he died in between a eclipse and the Passover. And the argument goes that the 3 BC eclipse and Passover are only separated by 29 days. And so the things that he did feel like they fit into a period that is longer than 29 days. But to be honest with you, I'm not convinced by that. You only extend the period from 1 month to 3 anyways. So it's not like that's that huge of a time difference. And the other thing with that is just that I'm just not convinced, right? I mean, a lot of people can get a lot of stuff done in a short period of time. The only thing that we actually need from Herod in this short period of time is for him to kill a high-ranking member of his family and to get a very terrible illness that he ends up suffering from before he dies, which you can suffer from an illness for a day and a half before it kills you. It doesn't mean it has to be miserable, or not miserable, long.
Yeah,
going. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I've heard Heiser admit that the majority view would make 3 BC too late, because Heiser would be dead before it. That was the majority view, but there's like he said, it was a growing minority that was thinking, because that was one of the things that kind of said, Jesus had to be born, in 4 BC or earlier. And I guess you'd say that earlier, right? Or is that later? I always get those mixed up.
Would be, so BC goes backwards. So 5 BC is farther in the past than 4 BC.
Well, right. No, I got that. But like when people say the late date or whatever, is that the one that's closer to the year 0 or more back in time?
Okay, I see. So late date is closer to the year 0. Late date is closer to us.
Okay,
Early date is
right. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So late date would be closer to us. No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I've heard 3 BC is too late because the majority was saying Herod died no later than 4 BC. That makes sense. I don't know why I got that mixed up, but there was a majority or a minority, growing minority view that would say that 3. That's what I remember him saying in a lecture or whatever. But I wanted to ask you, did you get my message about the thing? It seems like 5 BC and then a 33 crucifixion date makes him awfully old. Like that's like 37 minimum, right? Tell me why that's not an issue.
Yeah, so it's a good question, but it's a little bit of a misreading. So the first thing we need to note is Obviously, it's about 30, not exactly 30, right? So obviously that just means that we have some wiggle room here, right? And the second thing to note is that this is at the beginning of his ministry, not the crucifixion, which is separated from that period by about 3.5 years, or 3 years, but somewhere between 3 and 3.5, right? Meaning that if Jesus was born on December 25th of 5 BC and then started his ministry on or before Passover 30 BC, then he would be about 34 years old when he started his ministry, or 33 years old if you push that back to 29 BC,
Okay.
or 80. Excuse me, sorry. The 29 and 30 were supposed to be 80, but regardless, so he's 33, 34 years old when he begins his ministry, and that of course is closer to 30 than it is to 40, right? So he would actually be starting his ministry precisely as Luke says, right around the age of 30, though not exactly. But the interesting advantage that my view would have then is by the time Jesus is crucified, he would be 36 or 37 years old, which is Levitically legal, meaning that he can do priestly work. You have to be at least 35 to be a priest. And I think that that's a pretty big deal, considering the fact that Jesus is supposed to be the high priest. It seems to me, in fact, that it would be almost like a big biff on God's part if Jesus did die before he was 35, because it's God's law that dictates that he must be 35 in order to be. Now, obviously, that's not a slam dunk per se, but it's an interesting thing I've never heard anybody take into account. Right? Levitical law is quite clear. You have to be 35 years old in order to do priestly duty.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Yeah, that is a good argument. I do think that's a good argument. I want to see more data on it, and you could say he's teaching them in the temple, right? Like 11 or whatever. And that's not really an argument, but you know what I mean? Like he's like telling them what's up and they're like amazed or whatever. But yeah, he doesn't start his ministry till, close before he dies. So 3.5 years or whatever, right? Or 3 years, whatever it is. I do think though, when he says about 30, it would seem like it could be that he means like with sometime like, now would they ever use that in a precise term, in the sense that like he says about 30 because he means he's like 30, but it could be some change either way within a year? Probably not, I guess, huh? It's probably more loose of a statement than that. Although
I would say definitely, and there's a couple examples actually of that to kind of give you an idea, just from scripture alone, right? So, for example, Paul says, I believe it's Paul, but it might be Stephen, but it's one of their two speeches in Acts, says that the period of the judges lasted about 450 years, and again, he uses that "about" phrase, right? Now, first off, it is important to note that in the Second Temple period, they didn't count the book as portrayed the period as portrayed in the book of Judges as the period of Judges. Rather, it was counted from, some people said the judgeship of Joshua, but others would actually go even farther back and say Moses, and then through unto Samuel's death, which is co-regent with Saul's reign, or concurrent, I guess would be a better way to say that. But the reason I use the word co-regent is because these guys were the political leaders of Israel, right? And which is precisely why, real quick, that this is precisely why the Second Temple rabbis counted this period as so long, right? Is because when they were talking about the period of the Shoftim, which is the Hebrew word judge, they were talking about the period when Israel was led by this group of political charismatics, which starts with Moses or Joshua, depending on what you want to count, and then ends with Samuel, right? So it's not just strictly speaking the period of the judges. But to get back to the point, Paul says that's about 450 years, right? And if you take 1450 is obviously general, but 1450 BC as the date of the Exodus and subtract 450 years, that gets you to about 1000 BC. And roughly, give or take, that is the period of the United Monarchy. But notice I say roughly and give or take, because if you're being strict with it, that should actually be already in David's reign. David should already be king at that point, and that means Saul is dead. And if Samuel died before Saul, then that means that Samuel is definitely dead, right? So if we take Paul's statement as a solid expression of time rather than a general expression of time, he's just wrong, right? He's just done his math wrong. But if it's a more general period of time, we're only separated from Samuel's death by something like a decade, right? Maybe a decade and a half. So it's not actually that off, and it's certainly closer to 450 than it is to 400, right? So you can see why he would say generally it's about this amount of time. Now that's different than, say, in the 480th year of after the Exodus, King Solomon completed the temple, right? That's a very specific statement saying, hey, this is not even just 480 years, but in the 480th year. In other words, 479 and some change. You know what I mean? And so the Bible is going to include both of those statements, but when it includes these generalized statements like about or roughly or something like that, right?
Like not mentioning the month of the day.
Yeah.
So you'd think that if they wanted to say about 30, they wouldn't be thinking in terms of within a year. I would say it would be more likely that they're thinking of, I mean, I would tend to think it would be closer to 30 than say 35, but would be more likely still maybe, but not necessarily. Clearly probably not like, oh, he's 29 and some change or 30 and some change or whatever. That's not likely, it seems to me, based on how the text is everywhere else, like you're saying. But obviously, like, well, why is there this tradition that he was a certain age when he died?
Well, there's actually two different answers for that. The first is that there isn't a correct tradition, right? Which is that he was roughly around his mid 30s when he died, right? And people don't tend to go farther than that because that's kind of all that we can definitively say, right? Obviously, I theoretically think that I have his date of birth and date of death, but I can't prove that in a court of law, right? It's something that I can make a convincing argument for, and I may be right, but we just don't have all the evidence to actually say definitively, right? And so in that sense, we have the tradition just because it's true. He was sometime between this age, between the ages of 30 and 40, probably closer to the age of 35, whether that's between 33 and 35 or between 35 and 37. Who cares, right? It was just around that general age. But then there's a second answer to that question, which is actually a fairly modern thing, meaning within the last 1,000 years. So not super modern, but it doesn't go back to patristics by any stretch. And that is this idea that he died at the age of 33. And that's just simply a misunderstanding of the calendars, unfortunately, because it's pretty well established that he was crucified April 3rd, 33 AD. Obviously, like I just said earlier, it's not like we could prove that beyond any shadow of a doubt. But I think we're as certain about that date as we are about the fact that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. Which is a pretty high level of confidence, right? But nonetheless, and people thought that the original monk who actually calculated this calendar was correct, right? If he died in 33 AD and AD is supposed to be Anno Domini, then he was 33, right? It's a nice, simple kind of a.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But of course,
year zero.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, the problem with that is that the monk was wrong, unfortunately, not by much.
Would he really not know there was no year zero? Is that because that a later thing or what? How does that work?
Oh, no, they were totally aware of that. In fact, he's the one, this monk in question, I can't remember his name, but he's the one who decided that he was going to calculate it as no zero, right? We were just going to jump from 1 BC to 180.
Yeah, because it would kind of be hard to go from 1 to year zero. It's kind of weird because you need to have counting numbers or whatever, right? I don't even know why exactly that would. Is that true? I don't know. There's some obvious reason, isn't there, why they go from 1 to 1? Like they can't have a year zero because it wouldn't make sense. Why am I being retarded?
Well, I guess I'm not exactly I'm not exactly sure what the exact reason for that would be. But just suffice it to say, for the moment, though, that this calculation of him dying at exactly 33 comes after the year 1000, right? About 100 years after the year 1000. So that's where that particular tradition would come from. Which
Wait. What tradition though? The one that he was 33. You mean?
Yeah, that he was exactly 33 years
Okay,
old.
right. Not that he died in 33.
Yeah, that actually dates all the way back to Eusebius. Although Eusebius wouldn't have called it 33 because that's not the calendar he was using. It corresponds with what we would call the year 33.
I just looked this up and I asked when did zero get invented? It says the 3 BC by the Mayan Mesopotamia. I mean, that's funny. So, okay, what was the other thing? I think we should look at. I don't know how much you want to say for your show. I don't want to like step on your toes or make you say more than you got your thing planned or whatever. But I was curious how you interpret Revelation 12 and 13 or whatever, or I guess it's 12, right?
Yeah.
So, do you want to save that, or did you have anything to say about that? Because I am interested in what you like, how you interpret it, because I was thinking what a lot of things Rob said in his video made a lot of sense to me in this. Like, at least he kind of just laid out the different views that I kind of already knew about. But I mean, like, you can interpret it as, like Israel, right? You like future or not, or you can interpret it as being, being literally Mary, which I tend to, but not strictly. I think I can't remember if I sent you that message, but it seems like to me, it's just like, it's kind of like the story of the people of God from like a meta level. And so it can be Israel, it can be the church, as in like, this is like God's people, whichever way you want. And then Mary could be like this representative because it's talking about this birth, which would relate to Christ being born. And then that sign falls on this date that's within the comparable or feasible, workable, usable dates of Christ's birth. And so that just seems really, really powerfully argument to me, like that he happens to see that sign or whatever. But I don't really know necessarily why. It is kind of weird that it'd be like him seeing something that was in the past. I guess maybe you could say that was kind of odd. Like, what's the point? Because it's like a revealing, right? But yet it's about a past event. Like, why does it even matter necessarily if it's a past event? But like, how do you look at that chapter? What is it talking about?
Well, as far as what it's specifically talking about, I can't definitively say, right? But I can give you like a general what it's talking about, in the sense that I think everything in the book of Revelation, not just Revelation 12, but the entire book itself, with the exception of what John talks about as present tense, meaning like when he bows before the angel and stuff like that. I think all of it.
Sure?
Yeah. It seems to me like to compare John to anybody, you'd have to go to the visionary works of the prophets. And if you compare these guys and look at them consistently, it seems to me like they're constantly, when they're having these visions, right? They don't have visions of the past. They don't have.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I do agree with that. I just haven't thought about it. I don't think Jeremiah 4 is talking about the past. In other words, like when he says, "Behold, the birds have fled, and there's no man," or whatever, and the mountains are shaken. That seems to me to use language of Genesis, but it's describing a future event because there's birds that are fled and the men are gone.
Yeah, exactly. And you even see, it's interesting to use Jeremiah, right? Because Jeremiah prophesies in the past tense, right? Saying, this and that happened as if it has already happened, but it's yet to come, right?
Why do you think it's written that way? Just because he's seeing, because he saw it and it's being recorded down in the Bible, and so he's talking about it past tense because it's something he had seen.
I think that's exactly right. I think it's just simply, and if you think about it, it's something that you would probably do yourself if God ever had given you a vision, right? You'd say, and this is what I saw. And then when you explained what you saw, you'd say everything as if it had already occurred because you saw it as if it did occur, right? And so you'd say, and I saw this asteroid, and the asteroid took out all of Mexico City, and there was debris everywhere. And I don't know why I chose Mexico City, but just run with it. And there was a fire in the middle of the, famous picture where you have all those houses stacked up in the slums in the center of the city. There was this massive fire, that looked like a pillar, the size of the towers in New York and all this other kind of stuff. And you keep saying this kind of stuff, right? And you're saying looked, and you're saying exploded, and you're saying, and there was a fire and all this other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And so I think it's just kind of a way of saying, this is the stuff that I saw. And I saw it as if it had already occurred. Now, the other thing that's kind of important about this too is not only do I think all of this stuff is yet to come, meaning it doesn't, it wouldn't work for John to be prophesying something in the past, but if it's not prophecy, if he's just like pointing something out that was kind of cool, right? Well, John was not alive when this happened. So like, how does he even know? You know what I mean? And if we're going to say, well, he saw it in a vision, okay, but the stuff he saw in a vision is supposed to happen in the future. So again, where is this information coming from? Why is he aware of this astronomical event that nobody else is aware of? If not for the fact that he sees it in a vision. And if he sees it in a vision, then doesn't that place it in the future? And the other major thing too, and this will be the last thing I say, is I'm fairly certain that this event took place in our lifetime, namely around 2017. I don't know for a fact that that's true, but what occurred was pretty interesting to say the least. There was the quote gestation, if you will, of Jupiter in an area of Virgo that would be analogous to its womb for about 9 months before being birthed, when the moon was at Virgo's feet. The sun was behind Virgo, appearing to cloak it, and 12 stars were on top of it, including but not limited to the 9 stars of Leo, which includes Regulus, of course. And that just happened in 2017. And it just so happens that if you count 3.5 years by a lunar calendar from the event in 2017, you get to March 5th, 2021, which just so happens to be the date that Pope Francis and the different leaders of the Abrahamic religions came together and had an interfaith prayer in the name of Father Abraham at the Ziggurat at Ur. I personally think that is way too much coincidence. The astronomical event happening, the perfect count happening, just as is prophesied in the book of Revelation, and then this absolutely massive, what appears to be end times event that also appears to be led by the person who I am convinced leads the whore of Revelation 17. I mean, that it just all seems way too coincidental for me to say, no, this actually was something that John was looking back to in 3 BC. It just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about the idea, though? I'll pull it up here. It seems like it says that but it like describes the fall of Lucifer, doesn't it? In this Revelation 12, I'm going to pull up Revelation 12. Just give me a second. But like, how do you interpret the part where it seems to talk about like, maybe I'm confused here. Let me see.
Are you talking about like the war in heaven and all that kind of stuff? And
yeah.
Like yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I can't say definitively how I would interpret it, but I can tell you how I wouldn't interpret it, right? And in other words, that's to say that I know enough to eliminate certain things, but I don't know enough to definitively give you the path that we need to be on, right? And in this case, the passages in question come after the event of this birth, quote unquote, right? So how if this is the fall of Lucifer and this event is supposed to herald Jesus Christ's birth, then who was talking to Eve in the garden? You know what I mean? Because this takes place after Jesus is born, if this is supposed to be Jesus's birth. So
well, I would say
that it just doesn't work.
Well, see, the way I read it is the way I read a lot of like Old Testament prophecy in some cases. Like, this is just how I've read the Bible, I guess, and how I was taught. I mean, to be fair, but to me, the way I've always kind of heard this, even before this was even a thing I didn't even know this was an astronomical sign. But the way I've always read this, which of course is going to flavor my interpretation. So this all made sense to me, but partly because I've always read this in the way that it fits with this interpretation, because I've just read it because I've always believed Satan fell before before Eden, essentially. And then, so this is like sweeping the story here in Revelation 12 is like kind of just like an overview from a certain perspective of like, you know, the of history of like heavens and earth and everything, you know. So it's just like saying like this one who's God's acute, you know, enemy, the dragon, who fell from heaven. And then this is like this, then it jumps to, you know, just like sweeping through time essentially. And like, and then it's going to this, you know, the important events or whatever, like Jesus' birth, and he tries to kill him. And then, but he's alive, you know, he's actually alive. War broke out, you know, all this. So it's just like that fit with my interpretation, but, and it's kind of like, it kind of just sweeps through time is the best way I can say it. And this, of course, the 1260 days I take is to be a day for a year. And so this is talking about like the, you know, like that day we talked about before, I guess, through history. So that kind of fits with this idea that it's sweeping through the time like that, in the sense of a day for a year there, that 1260 would be, you know, 1260 years. And then this kind of smacks of, this phrase here in verse 17, and the dragon was enraged with the woman. He went to make war with the rest of her offspring who keep the commandments of God, of the testimony of Jesus. That comes up later, you know, about in that language talking about, you know, the people who enter the city or whatever, the holy city. So, you know, it seems to be talking about stuff we see later in the book about the end of time, clearly, obviously the end of time, and then events that happen in the beginning of time. That is, Satan falls from heaven right before Eden, and then Christ's birth would be right in the middle. So it would be like, you know, there's almost like pinpoints, like beginning, middle, end kind of thing there. Like, now, of course, it could, I suspect it could have multiple meanings as well, like a more literal meaning perhaps too, but it does kind of tell like this sweeping sort of history if you take that interpretation about Satan, which I know some people don't necessarily. I know Michael Heiser does not. He takes this as happening literally at Jesus' birth. It's the and Jesus kind of knocking Satan from heaven or something, I think. And I think he might even take some of it as is to kind of be picturing the future, which is feasible, I suppose. I can't say that that's wrong. Do you see any issues with it in that sense? What do you see besides, do you just think it can't be telling that story, or like, because the book of Revelation does kind of do that. I'm trying to think of another place that seems to do that, but maybe it doesn't.
Well,
maybe it's just reading my own interpretation into it and assuming it.
Well, it doesn't really do that, right? In other words, it doesn't change in the middle of, and now granted, the chapter distinctions weren't there originally, but the chapter distinctions are meant to differentiate between one thought and another, right? And it is true that there are certain elements of Revelation where John seems to be following a thought, and then he stops that thought for a minute and goes back in time, so to speak, meaning from his perspective where he's been, and starts to weave another thought. And then at the end of the book, all the thoughts appear to weave together, right? It's kind of like a movie where you see, you know, Jack is doing this thing on Friday night, and then Jill is doing this thing on Friday night, and then they come together at the end, and both the stories make sense because they weaved into each other, right? And so it does appear that kind of thing happens in the book of John, but it doesn't ever appear to happen in the middle of a chapter, right? And of course, there's good reason for that. The text would be almost impossible to understand if it did. Just to take this exact chapter as an example, we read, then the woman fled into the wilderness to a place prepared for her by God, where she might be taken care of 1,260 days. Then war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back. Right. And so that kind of thing, almost as if they have a cause and effects relationship. Right. And so John is just kind of leaving his thought in the middle of this portion and going to a new thought. He's just writing in a really confusing way, which I guess is his right, but I don't think that would necessarily behoove God as far as writing scripture is concerned, right? But nonetheless, and so I think that if you just take it in a sort of prima facie way, right, meaning at its face value, it definitely appears to say that this is all happening as one chronological thought, and then he may or may not leave to a different chronological thought at some point. But right now, he's weaving a certain part of the tapestry for us, right? And I think if you continue forward in the verse, it does seem to indicate that as well, right? Like, for example, when you talk about verse 13, when the dragon saw that he had been hurled to the earth, he pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child. So the thing happens in heaven, and then he's hurled to earth, and then he pursues the woman who is supposed to have a place prepared for her on the earth 1,260 days, right? In other words, the later portions of the text seem to be calling upon earlier portions of the text, as if they're all moving one after the other in unison. So for those reasons, I would say that I don't think that we can. And by the way, none of that, I'd just like to point out really quickly, is taking into account the very bizarre set of coincidences in saying that this does not have its fruition in what happened recently, right? Which is possible. It's possible that all of that could be coincidence, but it just seems very unlikely to me that we observe the exact astronomical phenomenon and also observe an exact count of days with major theological events in between those 2 days. You know what I mean? Like, that seems bizarre to me.
Right. But at the same time, it's like, in what sense did the woman flee to the wilderness for 1,260 days? So I'm not quite seeing. But
to be honest, that's a good question, right? It is definitely a good question, because we don't really know. There's certain things that don't seem to fall completely into place with any of the views, right? One thing that I would say is, if the woman is meant to be representative of Israel, as many people suggest, then it could definitely be possible that, and little tinfoil hattie right here, but bear with me. It could definitely be possible that the 3.5 years provided for the woman have a lot to do with the Donald Trump presidency, because Israel is continuously being more and more and more hated, to the point where something like 85% of the countries in the UN are voting for Israel to be condemned on human rights violations every single year. And then all of a sudden, for a roughly 3.5 year period of time, that wasn't the case anymore. Jerusalem is recognized as the capital, and the Golan Heights is recognized as Israeli, and they're allowed to settle in Judea and Samaria, and the UN has to shut up, and all this other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, that's obviously potentially reading my own experience into it a little too much, but I do find that to be very interesting nonetheless, right?
No, it definitely is. The only thing I would say is, it seems like these 3.5 years is somehow supposed to be related to the 70th week, isn't it? Or not necessarily? Don't people usually
I don't know that you could necessarily prove that from the text. It could be, but I think certain elements of the 70th week certainly are in the book of Revelation, because the book of Revelation is essentially kind of like the deep dive version of the Olivet Discourse, right? Which itself very heavily draws upon Daniel chapter 9, right?
Oh yeah, that's what's so fascinating about it. Like, it has this weird connection with the 70 weeks, which are related to Christ, who's giving them, who they thought it was like, they recognized the time of his coming, I imagine, because of Daniel. And that's why people were expecting a Messiah, and people were claiming to be the Messiah. But then Jesus gives us interpretation after he comes that more of them will come. So it seems to be talking about, the end of the age is in their time to the original audience. But then obviously you definitely can't say there's nothing about it that's future, because they asked that. And it's definitely clear that he described something that can partially be applied to his time period, and then being like fleeing from Judea or whatever, and surviving and went out before the temple's destroyed. But there's clear signs, there's clear reason to think it's future, and yet, and that's all related to Daniel already. And so there's clearly like kind of a both and thing going on some level, like I think undeniably, or you just have to deny clear things in the text. I mean, you don't think there's anything he was saying in Matthew 24 that applies to the first century?
Say that question again.
Is there anything in Matthew 24 that Jesus answers the disciples 2 questions to that do you think any of that was applied to the first century, at least not fully fulfilled necessarily, but that he was clearly describing something that happened within the first century, either after he descended or within the period of the first century, I would say. Do you think, I wasn't sure if you think that or not, that what Jesus answered them in Matthew 24 when they asked him end of the age and the signs of his coming, you do apply some of what he says to the first century, don't you, or no?
Yeah, but I don't think any of it's relevant by the time John's writing. Because since I take a late date of the book of Revelation, I think that everything that Jesus prophesied for the first century has already happened, almost 2.5 decades at that point.
Sure. But it's kind of like a dual thing going on there, right? You could say that. I agree with you. It's a late date on Revelation. I just think there's like these cyclical prophecies there, just kind of like with what you said with Antiochus Epiphanes, Don't you think that's...
Well, yeah, but so I think, though, you have to take that time as far as when it's published into serious account, right? And the only reason I say that is because if it's true that Jesus is talking about two different things in Matthew 24, namely the destruction of Jerusalem and also the end of the world, then by the time John's writing, he's only talking about one of those things now, right?
Oh, yeah, right. I'm just trying to establish that you're seeing this pattern of cyclical type prophecy there, or at least potentially. Anyways, I don't know, but
exactly. And so what I would be saying as far as this is concerned, right, is so does he hearken to the and not just Daniel 9, but also Daniel 11, Daniel 2, and Daniel 7 as well? Absolutely, he does. Absolutely, he does. But number one, he's expounding. He is going to add some new information, right? Otherwise, there'd be no reason to write it.
In Revelation,
so Jesus does give. Say again.
In Revelation, you're saying? New information.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, like, for example, the prophecy of the two witnesses is unique to Revelation, and certain things like that, right? And so that just makes it to where God's not speaking in redundancies. But the other thing, too, is since he's already, and we can do this with both Daniel and Matthew, actually, since he's already living after the rise of the he-goat in Daniel 7.
So I tied Daniel 7 to Daniel 13. But go ahead. Daniel 7 seems to be like telling about future prophecy up till Daniel 7, and then seems like Revelation kind of repeats these beasts kind of like in reverse order, like they're seeing it, one seeing it from the past into the future, and one seeing it, and one takes off and then tells more, like takes off from there in a certain sense, like with these beasts, and tells them in like reverse order, I think, if I remember right. But.
Well, and so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here, right? Where it's like there is this cyclical pattern, but as we move on in time, the pattern starts to become not less cyclical per se, because of course they're still calling on those who came before them and the information they've laid out, but more specific to a certain part in the cycle, right?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I think it kind of mentions some of the same stuff, and then I'd say from here on, what's on the screen is new information.
Exactly, right? And so what that means then, to take this all back to the original question, right, as far as, so do we think there's any fulfillment in the first century? For the Olivet Discourse, absolutely. I definitely think that. But for the book of Revelation, I'm not so convinced, although I'm sure there might be some. There's an interpretation that I don't hate, that basically describes the seven churches as representative of seven separate eras of the church age, which would mean that the first one would take place during John's own time. And I'm not 100. Say again. I
think that's legit.
I tend to as well, especially when you see it laid out chronologically. It kind of seems like it fits very well. Like, just as an example, we would be in the period known as Laodicea, according to that interpretation.
What does Matthew 25 say too, by the way, about the virgins, the parable of the virgins waiting for the bridegroom? They're all 10 are asleep.
Yeah, and that's true, right? That's true. And so the point just being that it's not that I'm 100% opposed to anything in the book of Revelation being first century, but even in that interpretation, you're talking about a really, really minute amount of information that's actually coming to pass in the first century. Now, really quickly, just because I know a lot of people make the argument, well, John is writing to a group of people at time. What does it mean for them? And I totally hear that, right? And I hear people saying, like, this can't be a book that's completely useless to him. He's not saying, hey, CJ and Jamie in 2022 and nobody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's talking about events in his own era. And a perfect example of this is just to look back at the previous Old Testament prophets. Daniel, for everything that he's writing, almost none of it has practical value to the people alive in his life, meaning they're not going to live to see that happen. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I haven't really thought that through. I mean, I've heard out some of these interpretations, like I know, Rob has given, but like I don't really care, honestly. I probably should.
Well, but it's true, right? It's like Daniel he's writing words of encouragement to the people who are around him. That's for certain, and they'll live to see some of it come to pass. And they probably saw Daniel's miracles and stuff like that, so they would know if he worked miracles. I guess nobody really knows. But they would at least see his interpretation of dreams and stuff like that. They would see him in the lion's den. They would know God was with him, in other words. So it's not like the book of Daniel would be useless to them. It's still going to have great theological truths. It's still the revealed word of God to them just as much as it is the revealed word of God to us. But they're not going to live to see any of those beasts rise, because Persia, by the time it conquers Israel it'd be conquering Babylon, but we get control of Israel in 539 BC, it's not going to lose control of it until 330 BC. That's 209 years later. If you were born that year and lived as long as anybody we have in modern recorded history, you are still dead at that point in time. And not only are you dead, but you're dead 76 years, because the oldest person we have on record is 123 years old, not including Bible stories and stuff.
But I'm sure they passed along information. I mean, there's in the church fathers, you see them suggesting that things are being fulfilled. Like I forget who it is, right? Like seeing Daniel being fulfilled, like some of who is it? What is? I should just shut up about that. But it seems like there's people that are like writing about the kingdoms of Daniel being. Is that wrong? Are there people in history that?
Well, there are people in the patristics who talk about like the different interpretations of Daniel and stuff. In fact, the quote that I used from Hippolytus talking about a December 25th birth date in 204 is actually from Hippolytus's commentary on Daniel.
I must be thinking of Jewish writers then. I mean, is what I meant. Like talking about. I can't remember what I'm thinking of, but it seems like somebody was saying like this must be, or speaking before all of them are fulfilled or whatever. But maybe I'm just confused. I don't know.
Well, and the thing is, though, is it wouldn't necessarily matter as far as the point being made, right? Because what I'm trying to demonstrate is just to say that nobody in Daniel's immediate time could get practical value from Daniel's prophecy.
Yes, of course. Yeah, right.
And what that means is that we cannot expect the rest of Scripture to do that, because it would be an unfair and inconsistent hermeneutic, right? If Daniel can write things that not one single person alive when he wrote them will live to see, then we need to expect that any other prophet can do that as well. And indeed, other prophets do that, right? Think of Isaiah when he wrote about Cyrus. Not one single person who was alive when he wrote that was alive when Cyrus conquered.
No one ever talks about that. Those ones that are singly, where that's not the case. They always want to emphasize the other fact.
Exactly. And the reason that I think that this is such a big deal, right, is because this is, not the what would you say? The patience of God's prophecies is one of the major evidences that they are true, right? Because if Isaiah says something about the birth of Jesus, for example, 700 BC, and we have a copy of it from 350 BC, and then the birth of Jesus happens and 5 or 3 BC, it doesn't matter. The point is a very long period of time after that. Then what we actually have demonstrated is not just for the people of their time who were looking forward to it, who already have tons of other things that they can look at too, such as miracles wrought in their time, such as God being with these prophets, so on and so forth. But now all of history can look back at this, right? All of history can say this was written in 700, and we have a copy of it from 300, and this didn't come to pass until sometime around the year 0. And we're all that being BCs. And of course, we know there's no year zero, but just to be short and sweet with it is what I'm trying to do, right? That, in my opinion, is way, way, way better evidence than a prophet prophesying something that occurred 5 to 10 years after he died.
Or even
right?
within their lifetime, because then it would be questionable. Hey, I bet you know what? Let's just change it up for a second. I bet you that year zero is the year George Washington was born in. Those missing years, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe he was on the Mount of Transfiguration and he was like time jumping or whatever. I saw some video about a guy who's like suggesting that like maybe that's what happened with like when Abraham like sees God on the mountain, right? I forget how they put it all together, but it was interesting. It was kind of a funny, kind of interesting theory or whatever, where like they're literally like doing a time warp thing where because there's like he's on the same mountain or something. It's not the Mount of Transfiguration. I forget what it was, but they're making some case like that. Like Moses doesn't have to really be in heaven. They just called it heaven, but they really just like that's where he went from here to here to here, whatever. It was really weird. It's kind of a smart dude, but okay. I was gonna ask you something else. What was it? Shoot. I had these interview questions for you, but I can't think of it. So how's why'd you move the date for your other show up forward?
Because I am doing a obscene amount of study, and the thing is it's such an obscene amount of study that I'm actually not even doing it properly, and yet still am managing to have almost no time at all. I'm actually doing a Bible study while I'm talking to you.
Oh wow, okay. I can let you go soon if you want, but
oh no, it is fine. I did willingly come in, right? But it's just I want to make sure I have all my references and everything laid out in probably a PowerPoint format, because people seem to respond to that on the Epiphany video very well.
Yes, yeah, I wasn't able to see it most of the time too, so I'm going to watch that one again too. But I think I think that is a good idea, especially with this subject matter. Like the more of that you can do, the better, because like just to lay it all out, and so people can reference it. Like I know it helped me a lot, and then it would just be good for record,
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so that's the first portion of it, right? And I've been having to push back my getting all those slides ready and stuff like that because of this work that I'm doing in other areas, such as like studying with the holidays. I'm writing now a book on Jesus being born on December 25th. And of course, studying much for that. And so another thing too, this document from Methodius from the early 4th century. I don't know if you've heard on any of my recent episodes. I did announce it very briefly, but it obviously could have been missed, especially if you haven't seen them. I'm actually currently in the process of trying to sponsor the translation of a early 4th century document from Latin into English, or Greek into English, because it isn't the original Greek, but the most propagated version of it is in Latin. And if I am successful in that, that'll be the first time it's ever actually been done, of course, outside of anybody's private translations, because anybody can do what they want privately. But as far as actually having a published version of this work, if I can convince one of the many Latin scholars I've spoken to actually take it on, because it's a very difficult piece of writing to translate, unfortunately. But nonetheless, if I can convince any of these guys to take it on, and I'm probably going to have to pay a pretty hefty fine for that, but that's fine. Then we will be bringing this sermon from Methodius. Yeah,
not a fine, right?
Yeah, correct. A fee. But we'll be bringing this document into English for the first time in history, like in literal history. And that is like, I mean, I never actually thought that I would be involved in a project this big, but nonetheless, here we are, right? But the point is, no complaints. The Lord has been very gracious to me, but I've been swamped. And so I pushed that back to Sunday so that, I'll have a nice day off, a couple days to get everything ready, get out of church, and then, have a nice long, maybe 1 to 2 hour long video talking about Jesus' birthday.
if it's God's will, Lord, then help CJ get that accomplished, and however that is necessary. Amen.
Amen, and thank you. And yeah, and of course, only if it is God's will. But I will say, thus far, and of course, I could be biased because I want it to happen. I'm seeing a lot of
It's all right.
right. But I'm seeing a lot of really cool things from this. The most interesting of which being that this document has led me to the discovery of a couple other documents that have also never seen the light of day in English. So to just give you an idea of how important this kind of thing could be, right? So the sermon itself is from, like I said, Methodius of Olympia. And it is sometime in either the years 311 or 312, right before he died. And it is said to be from Jerusalem, where he's preaching. And he's preaching on the subject of Jesus's presentation at the temple, right? Now, real briefly, to tell you why this is important for me personally, why I'm trying to get this translated, is because it is possible, and we can't say with certainty because we don't have an English version, but it is possible that this source is the earliest source to my next holiday in the Lookinig series, which is Candlemas.
Right. Cool. That'd be like quite a thing to bring forth. I might put you on the map here a little bit.
No kidding, right? No kidding at all. I mean, that would be that would be huge, and especially because it only pushes it back about 73 years, because Agaria is the earliest reference to it from about 385. But what's important about it isn't necessarily the fact that it's older in a human lifetime, but it's the fact that what you may notice about that year 311, 312 is it's pre-Nicene, right?
Yeah.
And that's what makes and exactly right. You even just I heard that in your own voice, right? That changes everything, because Nicaea is such a huge event that anything you can date to being before Nicaea automatically gets a different feel about it than everything after. And this is just widely accepted, right? We divide the church fathers into two groups: ante-Nicene and post-Nicene. There's a reason for that, right?
Yep. You don't get to make it some sort of it seems to be like a more genuine thing to the faith or whatever in one hand, and then you can't make stupid claims about it and such.
Exactly. 100% right. And so that'll make this document, if we can get it translated and it also says what some have purported it to say, then that would be huge just for my own personal studies here, right? And again, huge for the study of the holidays in general, as far as Candlemas is concerned. But now consider this: there is 5 pages of incredibly dense Latin that includes not only that fact, but a bunch of other facts that we don't even know we don't know. In other words, what if it is that we find in this text, because I'm looking for a reference to Candlemas, right? Which wouldn't be called that at the time. It would be called probably the Festival of Christ's Presentation or something along those lines. They probably wouldn't have like a short name for it. But regardless, so I'm looking for that, and I go here and I find, oh, well, look at this. Methodius said something about modalism, right? And that's just something that I threw out. I don't know if he actually did, but the point being, what do you know about that? This is an apologetic resource now for other areas of apologetics, right? Or perhaps he says something about the emergence of the pontiff, because that would be around the same time that the Pope is coming up. Perhaps he has something to say. No kidding. Right? I mean, it would be massive.
Anything could be in there.
It's 100% right. It's 5 pages of incredibly dense Latin, which means it'll probably be 10 to 12 pages of English. It could include tons. It could be an apologetic goldmine, and we just don't know.
How many documents out there are like that out there, you think?
I have found at least 3 in my studies of the holidays that are very important. And this is the only one I'm currently getting translated, only because I mean, I have to pay these guys for this, right? They're taking a massive undertaking One guy I had, actually, he had to bow out because it took him 5 hours just to translate a page and a half. And he's just like, look, with respect, I'm, I run an entire church. I unfortunately cannot do this. And it's like, totally, you don't have to explain yourself to me, my friend. You're helping me. You know what I mean? But the point just being, that, this is something that I have to shell a pretty penny for, and I'm willing to, because they deserve it. They're taking time from their job so that they can, do something that's quite monumental. And so I have only actually gotten this one document so far forward, but there's another document from from Theophilus of Antioch, from the 170s, that purports to be the oldest reference to a December 25th birthday for Jesus that I found. That does not exist in the English language, so it's once again one of those things that the internet has claimed, but who knows? There's another document that I have found that dates from right around the year 310. I'm trying to remember who exactly this document is from. I could actually find it in my notes, but it purports to be the oldest reference to Halloween, and it's also pre-Nicene. But it is
wow, really? I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yes, sir. No joke. The problem, of course, being, once again, that it's not in English, so that I just can't verify this information. But I first found it actually from Wikipedia, believe it or not. Wikipedia does include references sometimes, and one of the references they have on their Halloween page is to a gentleman by the name of James Hopwood, and he wrote a book, something like Keeping Christmas. It's actually a very new book. It only came out in 2019. But this guy, James Hopwood, he has a quote in that book, right? And I actually have the quote here somewhere, but the quote's not important, actually, really. That's not the main purpose of here. The main purpose of it is that he references a pre-Nicene 4th century document that talks about, at least according to him, that talked about this holiday being celebrated at this time that, again, is pre-Nicene. But once again, it's one of those things where it's like, since it's not in English, you just have to take this guy's word for it. And of course, that's just scholarly. It's unacceptable, right? No scholar of any capacity would say, we're just going to take this guy's word for it in a book that he published in the
yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking a second ago. I was like, are you vetting these people? How do you know if someone's a crackpot or not?
Well, exactly, right. And that's exactly why it's so important to try and get these translated into English, is because you really can't take anybody's word for it. In fact, it's happened before that Christian apologetics has been, forgive my French, but kind of screwed for taking somebody's word for it, because there was gospels that we had found, and people were like, oh, this is from the 1st century, before the year 100, man. And then it turned out to be like post-Nicene 350s. You know what I mean? And that's obviously an example of dating, not an example of what it said. But you get the idea, right? The point just being that, like, this sort of thing that just happened like 2 years ago.
Well, shoot, there's like fake, manuscripts that get sold to Christians because they're so excited or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and there's one that's actually another one that's very recent. Only it's recent as in like 100 years, but that's incredibly recent, all things considered. The Gospel of Barnabas, it's a total forgery. It's an absolute piece of garbage, actually. It definitely, you can tell by the style of writing and by some of the theological points being made in it. It absolutely, positively, beyond any shadow of a doubt, comes from 16th century Turkey and was written by a Muslim. There's just no doubt about it. But for a long period of time, this was maybe Barnabas might have wrote a gospel. You know what I mean? That's how people were seeing this. And we might have found one of these gospels that was preserved in the Turkish language in Turkey. How amazing is that, right? But then, of course, you do the research, and somebody finally brings this into English, and you start to realize, he's talking about a lot of stuff that we find in the Quran that we don't find anywhere except the Quran. You know what I mean? And it just so happens to be speaking in 16th century Turkish, and not 16th century Turkish in the sense that, obviously it was written in 16th century Turkish, but 16th century Turkish in the sense that it includes idioms and phraseologies that only exist in 16th century Turkey, right? And so
I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a unfortunately relatively common thing. You have so there's something of Constantine, Assumption of Constantine, or something like that.
I always get it confused with the Shepherd of Hermes or whatever, the Epistle of Barnabas.
Well, the Epistle of Barnabas is different than the
Oh
Gospel
yeah,
of
you
Barnabas.
said that's a authentic, right?
Yeah, the Epistle of Barnabas is thought by almost all scholars, conservative or liberal, and Christian or atheist as well,
To be Barnabas,
genuine.
Right? And what was the one you were talking about though?
The Gospel of Barnabas.
Oh, I was misunderstanding you for a second. I was like, what? I swear Chris was referenced the Epistle of Barnabas. Like in his show, I was like, does he know this?
Yeah, no, the Epistle of Barnabas is actually pretty cool because it's likely, almost everybody agrees, it is probably genuine. Barnabas actually probably wrote that.
Did you watch the thing from IP with the Young Earth thing?
I watched a little bit of Graham's response to it, but I haven't yet taken the time to watch it myself.
I had to leave because everybody was being so this over the top, like cruel. I just can't say those things about people. Like there's a part of me that agrees that they're compromising and all that, but like I'm not gonna say they're like I'm just not. Maybe I'm just too soft or whatever, but I just can't call them like insincere, like liars or whatever, I guess.
No, and I do hear you. And I even hear you, especially with IP, because, IP is one of the many catalysts that led me on this holiday kick that I'm on right now. Because
he's actually not too bad. Like he just seems like a guy that like was convinced that, he saw a lot of the bad arguments coming from Young Earth, which I acknowledge happen constantly. And, not all of them and not all in the way people say, but like they do get perpetuated bad thinking or whatever a lot of the time. And like you couple that with like going into college and like having these like highfalutin, like professional, scholarly type people tell you that like that's, then they over exaggerate and they seem actually, more proficient at like teaching or whatever. And you get convinced and it's like they're genuinely, I think, convinced that, and it's not necessarily always out of the question to understand how that happens, in my opinion, anyway. Like I'm diehard Young Earth, man. I will never change my mind. I doubt, because there's so much tied to that for me, anyways, and the way I think about the Bible and how I think it is and whatever. But I don't think it's helpful to like. But I'm open to being wrong about it. I just feel like you can stand firm without like totally throwing people under the bus. Because I know these people are not totally insincere. They feel compelled to do what they're doing and they love the Lord and they anyway. That's my 2 cents. It's just not my disposition, I guess. I don't know. Like I'll oppose him if I'm in the right mood, I suppose, but I don't know. What do you think?
Well, it's, it is a kind of it's a complicated kind of situation, right? Because in what you have, with somebody like IP, or, even somebody who's a lot closer to home to us, like Rob Rowe, is somebody who definitely, they have a completely different, if we're just being as plain as we can without saying anything that's necessarily insulting, they have a completely different way of examining things than you do, right? And you being not just you yourself, but us generally, the more fundamentalist type, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I mean fundamentally different kind of a view, such that I would almost argue it's incompatible, right? Like, for example, IP has said before that if we have information we think we understand from the Bible and information that we are pretty sure we understand from history, then we should take the information from history over the information that we think we understand from the Bible because our interpretation is likely wrong, right? I think that's entirely wrong.
Yeah, I mean like, I guess if you just feel comfortable enough with like not taking the Bible seriously in a certain kind of literary way, then it's easy to do that, I suppose. Like, yeah, I can see their path, but I just think it's a mistake too. I think it's just there's a point where you have to say like, look, you got to put your foot down and say like, you can't disregard it that much and still call it the Word of God, you know. And I don't think that's naive either. I think it's actually naive the other way, honestly. But I think he's respectful and like, you know, and as far as I understand, your communication with him is the same sort of thing. And like, even with Rob, I've seen him like not play along with the whole like smashing down on young earth creationism, and like he wasn't really down with it, you know. And like he's talked to me too, like he's taken the time to talk to me privately and been nice and whatnot. So and whatnot. He says. Did you see that video, the Trinity Radio video, where they're making fun of him? He's like, because he always says and whatnot, and I think Braxton Hunter like took a bunch of clips from tons of different videos where he says and whatnot. It's funny.
Yeah, and you know, of course he's got his you know, Australian accent, so it's actually in whatnot, right? And he always speaks in monotone, so whatnot.
Yeah. Anyways, what I was going to say about one thing in that I thought was interesting. I've been wanting to review it. I was going to review it, but I couldn't get anybody to do it with me. I figured you were pretty busy already. You had all the things going. But he mentions these church fathers, and I think this is where he kind of got it wrong. I don't think it was intentional, but I didn't realize how many church fathers essentially kind of seem to see this idea that I'm always talking about with the days and the 1,000-year thing. Not that it's a reinterpretation of Genesis, but that like there's like 6 different church fathers that were like early church fathers, like Barnabas, I think Irenaeus, and Clement, even maybe not Clement, but like one of the other ones too, and like kind of mention this or hint at it, like they say like, and then these old earthers take these statements about, you know, the days weren't instant, like it's telling of like you know, a day is 1,000 years. They'll mention that, or they'll say something like Barnabas, I think the Epistle of Barnabas, I think, says it the most clear. He's like, the days are to liken to the 1,000-year periods before the Lord returns, or whatever, right? And they all, like, many of them hinted to this idea. And if you understand that was the idea they're saying when they kind of say something like that, I'm pretty sure that's what they're referring to. And then these old earthers take that to mean that like, oh, they were saying the young earth isn't true, but in reality, they're not talking about like the primary interpretation of it. They're speaking of it like as a, what do you call that? It's like a style of Hebrew writing or whatever. It's really interesting. I think they misinterpret. I don't know if they misinterpret that, but they use that to say, hey, you know, they were saying like they don't have to take a young earth view, but I don't think that's at all what's going on. I thought that was really interesting. I want to look into it further and read the context of those quotes. But did you catch any of those quotes of that?
I don't think I did, to be honest with you. I do. Well, I think I did one of them actually, because I remember being a little taken aback by what he said about Irenaeus, because Irenaeus is
the 12,000-year thing, I think.
Yeah, and one of the things that made me kind of interested by that is that I'm fairly certain that elsewhere Irenaeus gives a date of around 5,000 BC. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I have him mixed up with someone else, but I'm pretty certain that Irenaeus actually dates the creation of the earth to like 5,200 BC or something like that.
Which would be a weird kind of date, but it's the right order of magnitude or whatever.
Right, and it's one of those things too where I would always kind of point out, you know, and I pointed this out actually. I can't remember who it was with, but I did point this out. And I think it was Sky Out. When I was debating Sky Out, which was, to be honest with you, something I wish I hadn't have done. But regardless, not the point. You know, he was saying that, you know, there's certain people who would say, like the certain rabbis who had said, you know, things going all the way back to, like, for example, 40,000 years old. And he could have gotten a lot worse than that, because, you know, I don't know if he knows this or not, but certain rabbis actually said the earth was as much as 2 million years old back in the Second Temple period. You don't find any old earthers amongst the church fathers, but they do definitely exist amongst the Second Temple rabbis, just in a minority. But regardless, the thing that I kind of pointed out then, and that I do point out now also, is we have to understand, and this isn't something that is like oh, you have to understand this like super unique thing that you're going to take a bunch of scholarly time to figure out, right? But just simply address the numbers that we're actually looking at, right? 12,000
Oh
years
yeah, I remember that.
BC is a young Earth, right?
Yeah.
It's
But it's not under 10,000.
right,
Yeah,
and it's one of those things where it's like that's sure it's not under 10,000, but that's a dispute between young Earthers, right? That's not a dispute between you and a young Earther. The old Earther is out of the question at that point, right?
Well, I think they're just trying to say like they didn't all do a strict whatever, and it's so inconsistent, I guess. But I hear what you're saying. It's within the range of us, right? Of
right.
what our view is.
Well, and what I pointed out too is that there is at least one discernible gap in Genesis. I don't think it took a very long period of time, but God knows. And that is that the Bible never specifies how much time passed between the ending of day 6 and the fall. Everybody always assumes that it's day 7, but it never says.
I don't.
Right? Exactly. Because why would you? The text doesn't seem to indicate that. In fact, it indicates they were living in the garden for some time.
Yeah. I suspect God rested with them maybe and told him it was the 7th day. It's because he rests on it, right? They're created. Think about it. Something that's another thing people don't think about too. Like, did God rested the 7th day? Like, did he tell them it was the 7th day? Because it was their second day, right?
Well, let's see.
Because they're created on the 6th day, and then the next day would be the first Sabbath where it says God rests from his
I guess
work.
that's a good question, huh?
So it's kind of weird. Like, did he wait another week before he told him it was the Sabbath week or whatever? If he even told him, right? It doesn't say, right? I don't know, but I would presume he did. There's hints that they knew what a Sabbath was before Sinai, but you can't say for sure. But anyway.
Well, and the point that I was kind of more trying to get at as far as that gap is concerned, though, right? Is I doubt that they were saying if he lived 40 years in Eden, I doubt Adam said I am 40 years old, right? Because that would be such an irrelevant thing for him to count, especially if he was not going to die, which I think the text is clear. But so
how long before he had to this? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, and so that's just simply to say that I'm not necessarily committed to like 4,000 BC solidly, right? I'm committed to a young Earth. But there are periods of time that I think you're allowed to wiggle with, right? For example, there's something called generational slip. Every time you go from one generation to the next, you have to account plus or minus 1 year.
Oh, wait, though. We know how old Adam was, though. So you can still calculate the first year, I think, right?
Well, you can calculate the first year from the fall, not necessarily from the creation per se.
So you're saying he didn't start counting his age until he started to die? Is that your suggestion?
Yeah, I think it'd be irrelevant for him to count it before.
Possibly. Although I tend to think years old would suggest that it's telling you how old he was, but that's possible. I never really thought about it before.
Right. And now that, to be clear, that is not to give license to, the Genesis 1:1, Genesis 1:2 gap theory kind of guys, right? Who would say that there's this like million-year time and a pre-Adamic race and all this kind of stuff. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just simply saying there is certain points, whether it's because of generational slip or because of an unspecified amount of time in the garden, or certain things like that. There is wiggle room from a creationist perspective. You're not.
What would you say if we don't know what a day really means, it can mean a long period of time. Why not think we don't know what a year means either? And it just means 360 days, which we don't know what those mean. So maybe a year means 360 unspecified periods of time. I mean, why not think that? I mean, heck.
Well, that's a good point. And what's even another good point too is the fact that we have references to, within Genesis, we have references to years, seasons, weeks, months. In other words, if he was just trying to talk about a general period of time, why didn't he say that? Right?
Yeah. It's like here, let's lay out all these distinctions about days and years and all that, months, all the whole nine. But, we know what everything means except for days.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it could be, a year is just to confuse you even more, it's now 300 and maybe it was 364 or 365. We're not really sure. I mean, Enoch was 365 years old when God took him. That, maybe they had a real calendar for a minute there for some random reason, just because 365 is the days we have in a year now. And so his years must mean that somehow. They say that there's something going on there with Enoch's age, and like, whatever. I don't get that. But yeah, there's so many.
And I don't get a lot of that stuff, to be honest. It's like, it seems to me like it's people trying to, and I say this, respectfully, trying to weave their already existing theory into what the Bible says, right? And usually not by providing any answers, but by providing ambiguity, which, and don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not saying that these people are devils, but I am going to point out, because it's important to point out, the only person who does that in the Bible is the serpent. The only person who does that in the Bible is the serpent, right? He's the one who says, hath God said, and then doesn't provide you with an answer, right? Are you sure about that? Maybe it doesn't actually mean that. Well, then what does it mean? I don't know. But maybe it's not that. You know what I mean?
Hath God said, I don't know. I mean, he said something. Who knows what it means?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't. I don't. I mean, Richard Dawkins does.
Well, and notice though, Richard Dawkins isn't even doing what the serpent does, right? Because the serpent won't even tell you what he think it doesn't mean. All he's doing is saying, hey, are you sure about that? And then just leaves it there, right? He just drops it and says, has God really said that? And then as soon as, she responds to that, he moves on to another point, talking about, hey, this is what'll actually happen when this occurs. In other words, now we're forgetting what God said. We're just going to say what, maybe God was lying and maybe he wasn't. Who knows? According to the serpent's perspective, right?
Yeah. Hey, Kevin, you can come in if you want, Kev.
But yeah, the point there kind of being that, and I say this again with the utmost respects to these people, very many of them are genuine Christians. The old earth creationism does not make you damned, and neither does theistic evolution, as detestable as it is. Again, say that with respect, but I think it's a pretty cruel God who uses evolution. But nonetheless, I could be wrong about that, and if I am wrong about that, then I guess, I want to tread carefully.
I think God will forgive you for thinking there's no bear hunting in heaven. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think we're going to be walking down the streets of gold and then a guy with one of those hats with the ear things flaps over it and a shotgun's going to come out half drunk out of the woods and, chasing a bear, and a bear's going to be walking up to us and its head gets blown off. Oh, you're just sensitive. I don't know. No, I just don't see that working.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm 100% with you there, man. I don't, and it is interesting, old earth creationists do tend to be more careless with the idea of death and death in heaven and animal suffering, which is, I don't think, a coincidence. Personally, I think that it directly results from their old earth beliefs.
Yeah, I like a lot of them. For me, like I was bugging Braxton Hunter and Jonathan Pritchett about it, and like Jonathan was like was actually engaging me or whatever on Facebook while they were doing a live stream one time, and like because I kept bugging him about it, and I brought it up several times, and he's finally started addressing it. He's like, I just don't think it matters that much or whatever. They're kind of like they kind of take an old earth perspective, but like they're not like they got married to it, and like and I tried to throw that at him. I'm like, dude, and I did the Komodo dragon thing on him, and I did the like, oh, imagine we're like walking in heaven, and a bear starts coming out of the woods, and you're walking with Jesus, and you slowly go up to it because you just got to heaven, and you're reaching out to pet it, and he's telling you it's okay, and then boom, its head gets blown off, blood splattered everywhere, brains, guts, and everything. It's like, oh no, that's just normal. Animals dead in heaven, I mean, people like enjoy hunting and stuff, and it's like, I'm like, do you really think that kind of thing? I mean, come on, man, that's basically what you're saying.
Jamie, what on earth are you talking about, man?
And he just kind of laughed it off, but I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
I just came in. What is this? What's going on?
I'm saying like old Earth, like the idea that like animal suffering and carnivory and parasites and disease in animals, like if that's what it seems to me, if that's supposed to be that way, or like that's no big deal, then it's going to be that way. And why not? Why wouldn't you think it was going to be like that in heaven? If that's fine, it's like, where do you draw the line? These creatures are like, they're mammals. They're like we are. Like,
well, and I'd like to point out too, and this isn't to say that hunting is a sin, because it isn't. Right? People need to eat. But the Bible never once portrays a hunter as anything other than a wicked man. If you don't believe me, go look at Ishmael, go look at Esau, go look at Nimrod. Every time it is referenced to a hunter, it is referenced to somebody who is wicked. Now, on the flip side of that, what does the Bible use for those who are positive? A shepherd, somebody who cares for the beasts of the field, right? David's a shepherd. Moses is a shepherd. Joseph is a shepherd. But if you want to use the hunter example, always wicked men. Now, again, I'm not saying that being a hunter itself is wicked, but I am saying that I think that motif only works because that is a thing that happens in a fallen world.
Absolutely, CJ. I agree 100%. The Bible is very clear. There was no death before Adam sinned. And to say that that only applies to humans, I think you're adding to the text. If you just read it plainly as it says, there was no death before Adam sinned. I mean, I think that includes all death.
Of course, it says that about just death in general all the time. People add physical, spiritual death on the front of it to make their worldview fit. But that's beside the point. The thing with animal death, most of these people will say too that in the restored creation, there won't be animal death anymore. And I don't get how you can say that and with a straight face, and because to me it's so obvious that like what we're going back to is like maybe it'll be better or whatever, sure, but I don't know, like to think, putting the death thing aside, the whole common argument that they've turned into a meme basically, so that it has no bite anymore. The word of God no longer has bite for them anymore because they've literally turned the really good arguments into just memes, like they don't have to like consider anymore. Like the whole Exodus 20:11 for 6 days. It's like that is like a knockdown argument. I mean, if that can't inform the text, what the intention is, I don't know what can on any subject. Honestly,
Jamie, if I came up to you, right, and I said I'm working on this project, it's going to take me 6 days to make this project. What do you think I'm saying to you?
Who knows, man?
I mean, am I implying I'm going to take billions of years to make this project I'm working on?
I mean, it's at least 6 unspecified periods of time. I know that. And I know if you tell me you're 10 years old, I know now we've got 3,600 days of 360 periods of unspecified time, So, I mean, now we're really in the woods.
Well, actually, to be fair, it'd be 3,652, because if you're 10, you should have lived through 2 leap years.
That's right. Of course,
yeah, there you go, CJ.
Oh, that's good. Well, right. Yeah, they'll just tell me straight up, like, "Oh no, God planned for all this, but no, there won't be in the restored earth." And I'm thinking, I just don't see how you get that. Like, doesn't everybody recognize that this is like there's kind of like this chiasm to history where God's like taking us back to Eden, and the cross is at the pinnacle of history, and that's like this theme throughout the Bible. It's so obvious, like it's back to Eden. Like you could practically quote the verse Hezekiah 3:16 or whatever, which is in a book, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to take the Bible as literally as I can, especially in places where I think it's meant to be taken literal. Obviously there's spots where it's not, like where Jesus said, if you have even the faith of a mustard seed, you say to this mountain, move beyond yonder, and it shall be done unto you. Like, obviously, Jesus isn't literally saying we can move mountains. He was just trying to portray that if we even have the littlest bit of faith in him, all things are possible. That's what he's trying to point. So obviously that shouldn't be taken literal. Obviously I can't walk up to, Mount Everest and be like, be thou removed, and the mountain will move, like, come on. But
God's saying you could keep the commandments?
What's that?
You think we could keep the commandments if we had enough faith?
No, I don't. No one's able to keep the commandments.
Not 100%, except for Jesus, right?
Exactly. That's why I trust him. He's done it for me. In God's
What's
eyes,
your
I've never
apologetic?
broken the commandments because I'm justified by faith.
That's right. It's good.
Amen. So yeah, I was just in the video editor. I was working on a intro for my stream, which I think is kind of cool. I'm gonna start using it next time I live stream, which will probably be tomorrow. I'll probably try to do another Bible study before I go to work. Continue in John where I left off.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
So yeah, I'm sorry I missed half your stream. I was working in video
oh,
stuff.
no worries.
What's
Hey,
the
Crimson
topic?
Air
What are you guys
came.
talking about?
Good. Hey, man, what's up? I'm glad to see you.
Hey, Jamie. Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
Crimson Air. Hello.
Come on. I was going to ask you guys, CJ, what's your apologetic for the when people talk about Jesus thought the smallest seed was a mustard seed? What's your response?
I actually have a video on this if anybody's interested. I was responding to Nadir Ahmed way early on before I met most of you guys, actually.
Oh.
And
Wait, CJ, don't spoil it. Can I give you my input on it, and I want to see how close I am to what your response would be.
yeah, definitely.
All right. So this is what I would say is that 2,000 years ago, I think it's safe to assume that the mustard seed was a small seed in the ground. Now I think it's the orchid, and that's because of gene splicing and man messing with it. But it's quite possible 2,000 years ago, the mustard seed was the smallest seed. How close was I? Am I off or what?
So close, but not the same.
Okay.
So what I had said is there's two specific contexts that tell us exactly what Jesus means to say. And you don't have to go into any cultural context for this, but it does help if you know cultural context, simply because it helps you to know what was and was not being farmed. Emphasis on the word farmed. So the first thing is Jesus is talking about seeds which you cultivate. In fact, the word he uses is not the general word for seed. He actually is using a word that specifically refers to farming seeds. Obviously, you can't translate that into English, so you'll only know that if you read the Greek. But the context itself in the English still clearly demonstrates seeds which are planted into the ground, right? So an orchid would be eliminated right off of the bat because it's not a food product, right? He's speaking about the things that you farm, not any flowers, not anything to create aromas, not anything that's in the wild that nobody really kind of touches, right? He's talking specifically about fruits, veggies, herbs, different grains, the things you plant, right? And so that is the first thing that's kind of important to that kind of question. And then the second thing that is important to that kind of question, and this is where I say what you said is really close, though not quite what I would say, is at that period of time, speaking to an audience of Hebrews, none of them would have any idea what an orchid was. Right? They're literally unaware of the orchid's existence. That's something that is way off in China. A couple really high-class aristocratic Romans have figured it out and have it at their homes. But orchid plants don't exist in that land. So if he said, it's like the smallest seed, the orchid seed, they'd be like, what the heck is he talking about? What's an orchid, right? You might as well say the unicorn seed. It makes just as much sense. Actually,
Or the
probably
dinosaur
at least
seed.
they would know what a unicorn. Yeah, exactly, right. It's and I didn't even actually consider what you had said, Kevin. That could actually definitely be true because
Kind of saying the same thing in a way. It's like it's just the smallest seed that made sense to the original audience, right? You could say that too.
Well, and even if you do take it literally, it does just so happen that the mustard seed is the smallest of the cultivated seeds. There are no fruit seeds, vegetable seeds, grain seeds that are smaller than the mustard seed. So Jesus' statement not only is correct in the historical context in that sense, but it is also just literally correct in the sense that of the farmed plants, this is actually the smallest seed.
And that fits all his metaphors and parables. I mean,
and, I was just going to say that, Jamie, because I talked about this actually the other day when I spoke with Nicholas. So I had a guy come on my stream who was involved in the Word of Faith stuff. His name is Fred Kabagaza. He's from Africa. And I had a discussion with him, and I actually have cartoons kept him. I'm trying to get him out of that doctrine. And I brought up that argument because you know how the word of faith people like to use that passage, like if you just believe, you say things and it happens, blah blah blah. And I used that argument, and Nicholas afterward, after Fred left, after the stream ended in the StreamYard studio, he told me, he's like, Kevin, my take on that is I think you're wrong. He's like, he was saying, because if you read the whole parable, at the end of the parable, Jesus says the mustard seed is the largest tree. And we know that's not true. He's saying Jesus isn't literally, he's not speaking of a literal seed or a literal tree. He's like, this is metaphoric. Like he's just trying to portray a picture. And I was like, I mean, I guess you could be right, but I always thought he was actually literally talking about a mustard seed.
Do you have any thoughts, Crimson Air?
I would say what CJ said is the most coherent explanation, which was that Jesus was speaking in the context of the cultivated plants, because in the passage he says the mustard seed being the least in the field. So he's identifying the field, which obviously they're familiar with. So it wouldn't be something along the lines of something that they're not familiar with, that they haven't had any firsthand experience with, haven't seen it up close. So I mean, these are the little nitpicky things that atheists like to throw at to use as arguments. But something that's been weighing down on my faith. It's been a nagging thing for me for many years, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Greek enough to validate my interpretation of Matthew 24, where the Greek word for generation can be equally as it could be equally as well interpreted as meaning age, where Jesus says that this generation shall not pass away. Because this is, in addition to atheists, people like Rabbi Tovia Singer uses it as well
I can't stand that guy.
Yeah, to try to destroy the Christian faith. And when I read that passage, it comes across to me as Jesus saying that when he mentions this generation shall not pass away till all these things be fulfilled, that he's talking about this age as in this sinful age from Adam till whatever that last generation is. One of the prominent apologetics used for this passage is that Jesus is talking about the last generation. And the reason why I don't find that personally convincing is because just a few verses up, Jesus identifies those days, the days in which the sun and the moon will be darkened. He qualifies the days in which these things will occur as those days, whereas the generation as being this generation. So if it were the case that he said, verily I say unto you, that generation shall not pass away, then it would be clear to me that he's talking about that last generation. But because he says this generation, it's I feel it compelling that he's identifying something that is intrinsic to the generation that exists in the day during Jesus's ministry, which I interpret as meaning this age, the sinful age. And I came across a video by R.C. Sproul where he, oddly enough, though, he instead of interpreting it the way that I just explained, he affirmed his belief that this generation is actually talking about that physical generation existing within the lifetime of Jesus. And one of the arguments that he used was that all the other instances where that Greek word appears identifying this generation, that it is talking about that physical generation, a generation of vipers. And when Jesus was talking, I think he was talking to the Pharisees, where he says that they will not receive any any signs from heaven because they're a sinful generation. But the follow up that R.C. Sproul gave for the justification behind how interpreting this generation as meaning the physical generation living in the day of Jesus was lost to me. It was kind of convoluted, but I just wanted to see what you guys thought about reading that passage as meaning the sinful age, the sinful generation, if that holds water in terms of exegesis, or if there's a better explanation.
Well, I think the explanation mainly lies in the fact that we have to note that he being Jesus is asked about two different events, and he answers them both simultaneously, right? He's asked when are all these terrible things going to happen to Jerusalem, but also when is the age going to end, right? That being a reference to the end of the world, the apocalypse. And my understanding has always been that Jesus answers both of those questions with the same answer, but they are still two different questions, which is something that's not terribly uncommon in the Bible, right? You have reference, for example, to an abomination of desolation in the past in the Maccabean revolt, but then Jesus also talks about an abomination of desolation to come in the future. You have talk of a Babylon in the past, which of course is Babylon, but then there's mystery Babylon in the future, which John clearly identifies as Rome. And so, with that, I would say that I think that Jesus answers both of these questions with the same answers, because there is probably prophetic similarity betwixt the two that we see more expansion on in the book of Revelation in regards to the latter part of that, namely, when will the age end? And why is he expanding on that? Well, because if he wrote in the year 95, then what Jesus said about what's going to happen to Jerusalem has already occurred, right? So he's now focusing specifically on the latter portion of Jesus's answer and has revelation from that because John is a prophet. God is giving him, of course, this revelation. And then this latter portion has its own separate answer, which most of the generation there would still be alive to see. Not necessarily all of them, but a lot of them would. Not just the sinful, but the disciples as well, right? John would be alive to see what happened to Jerusalem. Thomas was alive to see what happened to Jerusalem. Jude was alive to see what happened to Jerusalem. A lot of them were dead. We believe Peter and Paul and James were all dead at this point, and of course some others. But a lot of them were still alive. Others who are not necessarily disciples, like Luke and John Mark, Barnabas and Clement, and so on, they are definitely still alive. And there's no reason to assume why certain people of the wicked generation wouldn't also still be alive, being part of the same generation, right? And so I think that's kind of where I would try to take the answer, is to say that Jesus is asked two different questions. He answers both questions with the same answer, but he's still maintaining that distinction, just as the prophets before and after him have done.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. And you can look at, if you compare carefully with some of the other gospels that mirror this same thing, I think that you can find some interesting other things out. Like I just learned that soul sleep isn't true because you possess your own soul. That means you have a soul, and so dualism's true. And I guess
easy, Jamie, easy.
No, I think that's a good answer. So your concern
if I understand you correctly, I think were you saying that the generation that Jesus meant, that the generation existing in his day would live to see the onset of the last age, which would be from the destruction of the temple all the way to the very last generation, that they would live to see the onset of that. And so that verse 24 qualifies the like you said, covers the time span from the days of the disciples all the way to his return. Is that what you meant?
That would be mostly right. And so let me clarify a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
But the only thing I would add to it, though, is just to say it's not simply that we are seeing the sort of kickoff of this new age, which, by the way, we do know that to be true, right? The Bible talks elsewhere about how, specifically in Hebrews and in Jesus saying, or excuse me, Paul saying, now we turn to the Gentiles, and a few other places, that there is a time appointed for the Gentiles, and then there are times appointed for Israel, right? So we do know
It's right here. It's on the screen.
Right, exactly, right. And so we know there is a context where Jesus has a time for the Gentiles that we have commonly called the church age, although the Bible doesn't necessarily call it that. And then times for the Hebrew people as well, right? So we know we have a consistent hermeneutic here. But that said, even though that's a good thing to point out, and it's certainly relevant to my answer, the other point to my answer that's important to consider is that Jesus is answering those two different questions, right? So when he says, this generation will not pass until these things come. It is true that this generation does not pass until the destruction of Jerusalem is actually at hand. It happens to couple very nicely with the other portion of what he's saying, because that also is the kickoff of what we now call the church age, right? But it's not directly the main answer, right? The main answer is to say that he is also talking to them about what's going to happen to Jerusalem when the Romans surround it and destroy it. And of course, he says things to them like flee to the hills, which is a literal prophecy, right? Or not a literal prophecy, literal command. And so I think that it's important to note that they are seeing the beginning of this age to come start. And that is a good thing to notice. But more importantly is the fact that Jesus is answering two different questions. And one of those
at the same
questions
time.
is something that, exactly. And one of those questions is something that a lot of those people listening to him would have actually lived to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And in addition to what you've said, I'd like to offer something that, as a Christian personally, I haven't had anyone challenge me on the claim that Jesus was teaching that he would return within the lifetimes of his disciples. And one scriptural, in my opinion, the strongest scriptural evidence to prove this point is something that I've noticed many years back when I was reading the Bible on my own, which is where when Peter was starting to get nosy and was asking Jesus, well, because Jesus was assigning the disciples individual tasks for what they should attempt to accomplish after he departs, and after Peter was given his assignment, and then he got nosy and asked Jesus, well, what should he, referring to John, what should he do? And then Jesus answered him, well, what is it to you if I tell him to wait till I return? And immediately the disciples discerned from his response, thinking that he meant that he should not die, should live all the way till his return. So obviously the disciples knew that he wasn't just going to, his second coming wasn't just going to be within a few years or even decades, because it was going to be a while. And I think this is to me, this is the strongest example from scripture that I can think of to show that the disciples themselves were aware that it was not the case that Jesus ever taught explicitly that he would return within their natural lifetime, because of how they reacted when Peter heard Jesus say, what is it to you if I tell him to tarry till I return? That they inferred from that he would not die of natural, aging, but that he would continue to live all the way till until Jesus returned. And so I mean, do you think that's a valid response?
I do.
Yeah, definitely. There is one thing that you do need to take into account when you say that, just as a way to preempt anybody who responds to you. Because what you said here is definitely solid. But it's just a possible preemption I could hear from some is Paul has certain portions where he very clearly expects to be taken by the Lord in what we would now call a rapturing way. And so somebody who was maybe a little bit more scripturally proficient might be able to bring something like that up. But there is still a response to that, which is Paul also teaches as if that will not happen. In other words, it appears that Paul has something similar to what we call today the doctrine of imminency, right? Where it could happen at any time, but it could also not happen at any time, right? And so that's just a way to add to what you said as a way to potentially steel man it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Are you referring to where Paul writes in his letter to not seek to be married if they can bear it? That it'll be as though that if they were to get married, it would be as though they weren't married. That the time is short. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, the one in particular that's always been, and there's actually more than one, so that is one of them. But the one in particular that I was referring to is actually when he talks about those of us who are alive and remain, and he includes himself with the group
We
that
who
is
are
alive
alive
and
and
remains.
we who are
Yeah,
alive
exactly.
and shall be changed or whatever, caught up in the twinkling of an eye or something.
So here's my thing, right? Like Peter knew he was going to die. I can't remember the verse, but I'm pretty sure Jesus told Peter that he was going to die. He was going to be persecuted. So Peter wasn't expecting to be raptured. See, I used to believe in this pre-trib rapture idea, but I'm not convinced anymore. I think we're here for at least until the wrath comes, which is what, Revelation 6?
Peter refers to his decease.
Do you have the verse?
And he says, doesn't he say something like the Lord until I go to my decease or something? I'll find it. But what do you do with this one?
Oh yeah, this one. This is the one that really tripped me up, and I realized now it was nothing to trip over. See, this is the one that Aaron Ra used in one of his videos, where after I watched it, it really threw me off course, and I mean that's what got me trying to search for answers, and eventually led me to being introduced to this Christian community here on YouTube. Matthew 16:28. What I initially saw as Jesus saying, and this is where I believe Nephilim free is an error.
Hold on, Jamie, can you actually go back a few verses so we can get some context to it?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, exactly. You have to
go ahead and let Crimson Air finish, though.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
Kevin made a valid point, which is Aaron Ra just presented this verse out of context, and when you read it out of context, it would appear to be it would seem as though Jesus is saying that that there are those standing here who will not die till the Son of Man comes back, and this is where the atheists, when they use it in conjunction with Matthew 24:34 and Matthew 10:23, pulling them all out of context and sewing them together to make a narrative saying that Jesus would return within their lifetime, it makes it somewhat convincing to those who are not familiar with the context, or just so shaken up by that they don't bother to take the time to look up the context like I initially neglected to do. When you look at the context in the verse before, it's clear that Jesus is speaking to his disciples, because when I first saw this, I had assumed that Jesus was talking in front of an audience, a congregation, kind of like the Sermon on the Mount, where you have many people in addition to the 12 disciples. But it's clear here that it's just the 12 disciples, and Jesus is exclusively talking to them.
Exactly.
Yes. And he's telling them, "Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here," meaning some of you disciples who will not die till you see the Son of Man coming in in glory, or I forget the exact wording, but and then when you read on, because the way that the chapters are divided up, I don't want to say it's arbitrary because it's not, but at times they break the passages up to highlight a particular subject that's being reflected on within those passages. But if you continue reading on, because in the original letters it just goes from start to finish. The verses aren't numbered, the chapters aren't broken up into segments or anything like that. But when you read on, it reads 6 days later, Jesus took up Peter and who are the other two, John and those okay, yeah. So those three, he took them up to top of a hill, and Jesus was transfigured, and he
Sorry.
appeared in the glory of heaven, and so that was the transfiguration, obviously. Now,
Notice it's
where
after 6 days. Almost like if the days were 1,000 years, it would be like Jesus is coming right at the end of the 6th day. And it is a picture of the second coming, because that is the context. He's talking to them about the second coming. And then he says some sinning not his death. And then there's a little miniature picture of the second coming on the transfiguration.
Yeah, I can see an allegory.
You got
there.
Moses and Elijah. One of them died and was resurrected. The other one was alive when he went to heaven.
Hey, Jamie,
they represent the word of God.
Can I recommend you download eSword? It's free, and I think it'd be easier to navigate than what you were doing there on the web.
Yeah, I do have it. I don't know.
Oh,
now,
okay.
The reason why I believe Nephilim free is an error here is because in order to reinforce his soul death interpretation from Scripture, he forcefully inserts the doctrine of of soul death into in the previous chapter, where Jesus talks about he who seeks to save his life shall lose it. He who loses his life for my sake shall find it. Right. And then going on, skipping down to where Jesus says, "Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here who shall not taste of death," meaning to where he tries to infer from that he's talking about spiritual death, or as he calls it, spirit death. The problem with that is if that's talking, nobody experiences spirit death until after the great white throne judgment, which is referred to as also the second death. Now, upon Christ's return, you have the judgment seat of Christ, where the rewards, heavenly inheritances are distributed among the believers, the saints. Nobody is going to get cast into the save for maybe the false prophet and the beast, whatever they might be. And certainly none of the disciples, because already the context there is Jesus talking to strictly exclusively the 12 disciples, nobody else. So that's the reason why I believe Nephilim free is an error, because he's just so heavily invested in the soul death.
Well, you know what,
doctrine.
No one's 100% right about everything, right? But at least Nephilim free understands the Gospels and the essentials of the truth, the gospel.
He's got
like a lot of the.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think he does a fantastic job in showing the flood geology and presenting a compelling case for why the flood of Noah was global, and right. That.
That's not an essential to the faith, but yeah, I do appreciate the work he put in on that.
Yeah.
I think he's right about soul sleep, but a lot of his interpretations are weird. It's a hybrid version, and so I've tried to talk to him about it, and he doesn't want to have any of it. So that's fine. I just try to show him
the only criticism I'd have for Nephilim that's the only criticism I'd have for Nephilim free is he's very stubborn. Like he's not. Yeah. There's certain things I wouldn't move on either, right? Like, who is Jesus Christ? His life,
it's so obvious.
Eternal life, meaning eternal life, not temporary life. Like those things I wouldn't move on. But
The problem is though his soul sleep idea. Like he gets some of it right. To me, that's obvious. But then he makes these weird interpretations of some of the verses that I tried to explain to him where they're not coherent or consistent with other verses. To look at it that way. Like some people want to say Moses and Elijah weren't really in heaven, so that was just a vision. You know, the Mount of Transfiguration, which it could be, but that.
Jamie, I understand soul sleep's like important to you and stuff, but it really is like a secondary issue. You know, it's not like a fundamental truth you have to believe. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, I just think dead people aren't alive. I don't know. Go figure, you know?
Well, I agree. Dead people obviously aren't alive, but I think you have a different meaning than I do. But I don't want to devolve this conversation.
Devolve.
What is death and what is life? Oh, you're wrong. Well, you're asleep. No, they're tormented. Oh, you're a moron. You're a moron. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I know, but it's just like if God didn't want Adam to live forever, and He took away the tree of life, so he wouldn't live forever. Yeah. I don't think He meant teleport to live forever somewhere else. I don't know. Go.
I already explained to you before. That's not life. It's existence, but it's not life.
I think I'm going to
soul sleep was.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Soul sleep has been something that that I think that I think might be true to a certain extent, and it might be on an it might have application on an individual basis as well. I mean, we can't be sure. Scripture isn't clear on it. I mean, one way to look at it is, I mean, soul sleep we know happens to a finite degree in the way that we experience it in the physical life. I mean, when we go to sleep, unless we dream, you know, we go to sleep 1 minute and the next moment we wake up, and you know, 8 hours just passed by. So right there we had soul sleep in the strictest definition of it. Another way to look at it is for people who have suffered comas, you know, the patients who've endured comas for years or decades. I've heard of, and you know, I could be wrong, and I'm still trying to search the answer for it. That people who have been awoken from their coma 10 or 20 years after they initially fell into it, that they say they didn't experience any dreams or anything. It was, you know, the whole thing just went by as though it didn't happen. So they experience soul sleep for
that's
whatever.
the idea. That is the idea. But let me just consider a couple verses. I think about this all the time. Consider the verse that Paul says about the resurrection from the dead and the people who are alive at the time. He says, the dead in Christ shall rise first, right? And then he says, then so the dead in Christ, because the people thought the resurrection had already happened. So he's writing a letter to answer the question, or to tell them that that's not true. The resurrection has not occurred yet, because the dead in Christ will rise first. You know, that we won't, or what does he say? He says something else first, but then he says, the dead in Christ will rise first, and then we who are alive and remain shall be gathered together with them to meet the Lord in the air. Then shall we forever be with the Lord. Then. So we don't go before them, and then the dead in Christ rise first, and then we are gathered together with them to meet the Lord in the air. Then we shall forever be with the Lord. So it sounds to me like they haven't been with the Lord, and we are all gathered together, not separately. He doesn't bring his bride back from his father's house to find his waiting bride. He's
I see what you're saying.
to his father's house.
Yeah, you're saying that if it were the case that spirits of Christians who have already passed away, that if they are already in the presence of God, then they are already categorically forever with Christ. And you're saying that doesn't. Okay, I see. Okay, I see.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, that's not a slam dunk, but it's suggestive, and it's something that's easy to overlook. And the other thing is, people will say, well, it says the Lord will bring with him,
Well,
those who
Jamie,
have fallen asleep. But he's not
um,
saying back to earth. He's saying those who have fallen asleep will go back to his father's house when he comes to get them. So he's saying that and trust me, even the scholars will admit this that don't believe like I do. Like he's saying, bring them back to heaven, because the whole picture is a Jewish wedding, and the virgins, like in Matthew 25, are waiting for the bride, and the husband goes to the father's house to make an addition to the father's house for his bride, and then the bride watches, right? A watch in the night for the husbandman to come back. He doesn't sneak his bride home and before the consummation. Okay, he comes back for her, and she's waiting for him. And so I just think it fits better. He wouldn't bring her soul back and throw it in the hole and say, "Get in your hole so I can raise you back up." Because the dead come out of the graves, and people laugh. Like some people will laugh when I say that, and I'm like, "Look, dude, what do you think happened when Jesus raised the dead when he rose from the dead?" Right? It says many saints came out of the graves. It's a literal resurrection. So people come out of the graves. It's true.
Well, Jamie, and to that, I would say a possible response to the argument you suggested just now could be that the soul's better word should be spirit. The spirits of the deceased saints, physically who have passed away, that even though they are in heaven and in the presence of the Lord, and will be resurrected in physical bodily form, that their presence in the Lord now is somehow different enough to not qualify as as. I mean, I've heard Christians describe the spirits as that they're disembodied essences from. In other words, they're not fully alive, even though they're
versions, like analogs to their physical lives. It's like a different kind of
yeah,
thing.
they can't experience life to the fullest, to the full design of what God had intended, originally for man to live forever. So, because you have physical death,
that would be the only way it made sense to me, really. But so it's hard. It just depends on how someone's imagining it. I suppose that could be possible. I would, then I would just point to all the verses that seem to say like dead people don't know anything, and then it's like if you're going to import like all these adjectives that aren't in the text into it to like make sense of it, I would just be more questionable. It's so much easier when just like dead people are not alive, and like alive people are. There's a resurrection, and Jesus. It's very important that you understand that Jesus rose back to a body. There's other issues that arise, like was Jesus really dead? The eternal Son of God dead? I mean, that's a hard one, but just,
So I've heard you discuss this with Smokey and others on the topic of whether Jesus experienced soul death. I mean, I'm sorry, soul sleep. Do you believe Jesus was soul sleeping for the three?
I did a video with Danny where we reviewed one potential answer where essentially I'll try to do it really quick. It's like, I do think this is one of the better answers. It's like, okay, so classical theism that almost everybody accepts the omni properties of God, and they say God is timeless, right? He's outside of time because he created time. So the Trinity is the God before he creates anything, right? So the Son is timeless, the Spirit and the Father, they're all timeless, right? As the Trinity. And to be timeless means there's several things that it's classically meant, like if you exist timelessly, there's no point in time in any given timeline where you don't exist timelessly. That would be true if you exist timelessly. So one way you could say is the Son of if Jesus experienced soul death as a man, there still was no point in time that the timeless son, eternal Son, there was no point in time where he didn't exist, right? It wasn't like he didn't exist before he was incarnated. So, that's just like, it seems like just a really awful trick, but it's actually, if you're going to affirm a timeless God,
Yeah,
it's
because it would be
true.
like describing a dual existence
Well,
outside of time.
no, because I didn't say that. I just said it's true to say, like, there's certain ways you can formulate it, but like I would just say there's, because it's not in time, but there's no point in time that timeless God never exists. Like there's no point in time you could point to where you could say he didn't exist. So, but it's not in time; it's timeless. So it's stupid, but it's a result of that kind of thinking. It is totally fine and logical. It's just, you got to be careful the way you say it, because you can't have two sons. That's a problem, obviously. But it's just all how you say it. And it's kind of just like, it makes, to me, timeless seem stupid, but it kind of seems necessary at the same time. If you affirm that God creates time, unless you're going to put him in time, then you have an infinite regress, which seems weird or kind of impossible. But so does outside of time, right? So I don't know. I probably didn't say it quite right. Glenn, I have a video, and it's in the day God died. Because answer this one for me. So Jesus is God, right?
Yes, God the Son.
Okay, Jesus died, and then God can't die. So which two are true?
I've always understood his death to be the cessation of his the temporary cessation of his physical vessel, his physical death, and that his spirit went to the underworld.
So you'd say God can die, then you'd say that was false. God can die, then you'd say Jesus is God, and Jesus died, but you would deny that God can't die. Of course, God can die, because die doesn't mean die. Like when people say God
I would just qualify
die, they don't mean it like that, right?
Yeah, I would just qualify the death as being physical death. So, in other words, limited death, and not, well,
You just
it
said
kind of
Jesus
falls back on the
had a limited
presupposition.
death. That's problematic, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of falls back on the presupposition, because then we could say that nobody experiences it. For anyone who doesn't hold the soul death. I'm sorry, I keep saying soul sleep. That no one ever really ceases to. Oh, hey, Kenny, Doctor Kenny.
Hey guys.
I'm glad you're here. I was hoping to consult your knowledge of the Greek. And by the way, I'm glad to hear that there was a good turnout for the fundraiser. I was initially surprised when because it wasn't spelled out in the email, but later on it was clarified as Mabel Avenue Baptist Church. I was more expecting something along the lines of like a Calvinist church.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually not as strongly Calvinist as most people think. I just don't fight the Calvinist, title, because it tends to lean toward where I believe. But there's been a lot of misarticulation to the Calvinist position, of course.
Yeah.
Aquinas is a pseudo-Calvinist, isn't he?
Most definitely, yeah.
Before we get off, I just want to kind of say briefly, because I
hey,
think
CJ.
the answer to your...
I can't see the screen. I'm on my phone.
Shalom. I just wanted to say really briefly before we got off of this topic, I think the answer to that question, Jamie, as far as like, so Jesus is God, but God can't die, but Jesus died. So what do we have here, right? I think it's actually something that I brought up in my debate with Stanley Terry, which is this idea that it's one of those kind of Chestertonian paradoxes where it appears that these two things contradict each other, but they have to both be true. And that is that God has the unique ability of taking on a certain nature without actually rejecting his previous one. So as an example, God cannot age, right? And he takes on the nature of a human being, which does age. But when he took on the nature of a human being, which did age, it did not forfeit the nature he already had which did not age, right? In
But
other
you're
words,
denying the hypostatic union now.
that's actually the complete acceptance of the hypostatic union for what it actually is: 100% God and 100% man. He takes on a second nature without the exclusion of his first nature, right? That's actually explicitly what the hypostatic union teaches.
Right, they're two natures, but which nature?
Yeah, what's funny is the answer that Glenn gave is actually leans Nestorian, because he's communicating the divine attributes to the human nature, and that's a no-no. The hypostatic union, Jesus 100% God, 100% man, and the attributes of each nature are not communicated to the other. You cannot have that as an answer. It's a philosophically and biblically absurd answer. I'm surprised Glenn Peoples would actually say such an absurd thing.
The way I understand it is potentially Nestorian is the two sons problem or whatever, where you have all the constituent.
No, it's communicating divine attributes to the human nature. It goes back even to the Reformation. Calvin versus Luther, the whole transubstantiation, could Jesus's body actually be present in the Eucharist? And if you say yes, then you're Nestorian. You're communicating, Eutychianism. I'm sorry, kind of a theanthropos. There's this somehow hybrid nature that's going on with Jesus, that he's neither 100% God or 100% man, but there's this blurring of the natures to now the divine can have the human attributes and the human attributes can have the divine. Sorry, it's late, but yes, Eutychianism, Monothelite-ism, one nature, a hybrid of a God-man. Theanthropos is really where that word originates from. Yeah, it's really bad theology. I'm so surprised that it seems like a doctrine is picked outside the doctrine of God, and then everything is tried to be squeezed within that principle. I'm overgeneralizing, but it seems to be something that I see, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, and it also kind of seems to me too, like I'm also one who is annihilationist, so I'm not sure why Glenn Peoples feels he has to take it to such an absurd level. And what's interesting too is Chris Date is not only annihilationist but also physicalist, which gives him two sort of synchronisms, if you will, with Glenn, and yet he doesn't ever seem to take anything that far either. And so it does kind of make me wonder, Glenn Peoples comes to a lot of bizarre conclusions. And I do want to know why. Like, I am very interested to know, he doesn't believe in biblical inerrancy the way other people do. He doesn't affirm the idea that Jesus, I shouldn't word it that way. I should say it in the opposite way, which is to say he does affirm that there was divinity for a period of time, right? That Jesus actually was not for a moment and then came back, which is like, I don't understand how that works at all. That seems to me to be just a complete making mincemeat, really, of the crucifixion narrative. But the point is just to say that I know people who come to the argument with the same positions as Glenn, and they never have the really, really bizarre arguments that he tends to have. And that, I don't know, maybe one day I'll get to speak with him and he can clarify for me.
Well, Jamie, another way to
I'm back.
Something else to possibly take into consideration is that if you believe that Melchizedek was the first physical manifestation of God the Son in human flesh, then obviously we would hold that God the Son still continued to exist after his Melchizedek's departure. Before and after that, he's the Alpha and Omega.
The issue is, I think, as I understand it, and I've talked to Glenn about this. Well, first let me say this. I found a thing with Ryan Mullins on a philosophical podcast, and he mentioned people's view, and he claims that the major criticism, according to whatever literature he was citing, I forget what it was, but that the problem with the physicalist view for the incarnation is because you think it's Nestorian in the sense, because as I understand, Nestorianism is like essentially like when you have the rational human soul, and then because he has to be fully human right? As our kinsman redeemer, for instance, and then
Yeah.
but he's also fully divine. And so in a materialism view, it's problematic, and he has this what they call the two sons problem, just like Nestorianism has, because you have all the constituent parts of a person, that is the logos, which was a person before he's incarnated, right? And then and then still he has the same problem, because even though he reduces the human form to just like the body essentially, right, which isn't exactly accurate, but essentially he has all the parts of two people still just in that paradigm. So that's one criticism of it. But the thing is, it's trying to affirm, it's kind of a problem for any view, if you ask me, because it seems to me, no matter what you do, when you make Jesus, who was a person before his incarnation already, so he has all the constituent parts within himself as God, as to be a person, and then he has to take on all the parts as a human. Now you have all the parts for two people, but he's surely one person.
It's not two people though; it's two natures, right? That's the thing that I think.
No, I get that, but you're still affirming all the parts, which are, you could take in a pile and then separate.
Hey,
them.
Jamie, do you have a sin nature and a born again nature right now?
A thin nature? Yes, I do. I'm
a sin nature.
Yeah.
And a righteous nature. You have two natures. You're one person. There's no problem there.
Right. And I'll say that. Like, I think that's right. But
no, you can't affirm me and then say but and then go into your previous point, because you just agreed that my point undid your point.
No, I just mean I agree that the two natures doesn't equal two persons necessarily.
Okay, well then
I was just stating
you're trying to now argue that you have two persons because you've got these two natures and these constituent parts, but with no person. You're confusing the issue philosophically.
Are you saying that if I believe I was criticizing my own view, honestly, but isn't that what Nestorianism is? Like, you have these parts that I guess that's
Nestorianism is basically kind of a misunderstood thing. Nestorius really wasn't a heretic, although it led to kind of a Nestorianism, and then you had the Monothelite and all that stuff going on. But the Nestorian would simply be, and I might be confusing terms because I've got quite a bit of pain tonight. I can't sleep, so I'm trying to keep myself preoccupied. But anyway, and I just forgot what I was saying. Carry on.
The Nestorians were misunderstood.
Yeah. They also called the Jacobites in church history. This is Far Eastern church history. But Nestorianism is basically saying that Mary, it separates the human and the divine. Okay, so it separates it. Nestorianism is a separation. Eutychianism is a blurring.
Oh, okay. Like they're mixed but confused kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly what you're trying to do. Yeah.
Well, yeah, right. Because the whole point is like, what do they say?
It has to. We have to remain between those two extremes and balance it. That's orthodoxy.
Right. And what's the creed or whatever, the statement they say? It's like,
it's by negation. Unconfused, undivided, etc., etc.
Yeah, together. So but the idea, right, is that it's two natures in the one person, and in trying to make sense of having the attributes of a human and retaining the divine nature or the divine attributes or whatever at the same time.
One person, two natures. It's real simple.
Yeah. Okay. It's just hard because on one hand it seems like Christ.
It's hard because you're trying to hold on to something that you don't need to. I've been on record saying that CJ's annihilationism is the closest to a rational and biblical view that I've heard set forth.
Right. I think.
Yeah, well, got to give credit where credit's due. It's what my mom always taught me.
I see what you mean because it's dualism with annihilationism, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Acknowledging that God does have the power to destroy spirits. He can annihilate them, but their basic existential inertia, if you will, is to be, since God holds them in being. But once he decides, and he could, to no longer hold them in being, he can cause them to not be. But it have to be intentional on God's part to cause non-being to that which he's gave being to.
So you're saying the way he's created it, that it would continue, but obviously
yes, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, spirits aren't subject to the space-time parameters of our universe. I don't even know why we're talking about soul death or soul sleep. These are oxymorons. Souls don't sleep and souls don't die. They're not subject to these 4 dimensions of our universe.
Yeah, I don't think soul sleep is the way I would prefer to say it. It just confuses the idea in my mind. Although you could call soul sleep, like Luther seemed to be something you could actually call soul sleep, because he believed in eternal conscious torment, but he also believed there was no intermediate state, essentially, I think, is the way I understand it. So, because he spoke of death like a sleep, like in a literal sense, but he also spoke of eternal conscious torment. So it's kind of like an inverted view of CJs or whatever, which is kind of weird. I don't know.
I actually don't believe that you are understanding Luther right, saying that he believed in soul sleep.
Yeah, it's contested as far as I can tell. I'm not a scholar.
Yeah. I mean, scripture uses our perspective, phenomenological language, from our perspective. I've done plenty of funerals and I've seen plenty of people sleeping. They look identical until you get right up close.
Well, I like the idea that Christ would call it sleep, because it's giving a
because it's temporary. Yeah, that's a deeper
wake up
meaning to the doctrine. It's temporary. This isn't permanent. That's the promise of the Old Testament, Daniel.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. Anyway.
Well, I get it. I get that. The quote I'm thinking of Luther that people talk about it is the one where he speaks about death, and it's like a sleep, and Christ wakes you up. I mean,
well, yeah, exactly.
I guess
figuratively, spiritually, he's not attributing soul sleep to anything. Even David said, "I'll be satisfied with your likeness when I awake." I mean, the resurrection is spoken of. The resurrection body is spoken of as coming awake, waking up.
Just quickly,
it's a beautiful picture. You don't have to overly hyper literalize it either.
Kenny, I just wanted to ask quickly, in the parable that Jesus gave about Jonah being 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale, so must the Son of Man be in 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. In the original Greek, there, where the phrase "heart of the earth," is it meant to be understood as, I suppose mainly just the word "heart"? The word that's translated into the English word "heart," is that, and of course, given the context of that verse, is it meant to be understood as the middle or center, or is the heart of the earth just collective?
Well, since the word "heart" is used there, since the word "heart" is used, you already know that we have a figure of speech going on here. The earth actually doesn't have a heart. The ground doesn't have a heart.
Yeah,
so
I've kind of when I first came across that passage, I understood it as meaning the center of the earth, but I suppose another way to look at it as being the the dirt, the soil.
Consumed totally and completely by earth. Because remember, we're not talking globe necessarily. We're talking land, ground, matter when scripture uses the term earth, geese.
But it says they're down yonder. That's all I know.
Down yonder, down yonder.
Because I've just
we are the only generation to think by a globe and to think, the center of his fear.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's just not the way the ancients, thought.
Yeah, that's totally a good point. That's something people just totally miss. That's obviously the case. I would say.
Well, if you want to ask a fish what it's like to be wet, don't waste your time, because a fish doesn't have the ability to differentiate from that which is wet and that which is dry, so it can't tell you what wetness is like. We have to step out of our cultural pre-understandings, and it's difficult, but it's not impossible. And look at the way things are, and analyze your presuppositions, analyze your metaphysics and your epistemology, and you'll be surprised at how much stuff you have as far as baggage when you bring it to Scripture.
Yeah, it's true. I'm sure I have a long way to go, but I've been on that journey a little bit. And
the first thing is to not take the word of a one-off prophet and stay with the core of orthodoxy and historic Christian faith. That's the first thing you should do. Then the next thing you should do, or the first thing and the second thing the first thing Jeb's a millionaire. Second thing what is it?
If they speak not according to the testimony, the law and the testimony, there's no light in them.
Good enough.
or a bubbling crude came bubbling up. That too is.
Oh yeah. Could be
Texas
that.
tea.
Yeah.
He thinks he's talking on a phone. There's no cord.
And Kenny, also to kind of springboard off of the remark you made just a little while ago about the spirit or the soul as being essentially a timeless and non-spatially bound entity. Would you say that an extension to that statement could fairly be to say that the choices which are manifest through the soul could also be uncaused in the physical sense, where you have cause and effect, action, reaction. So then that in the context of the discussion of determinism, where the relevant points from Molinism and fatalism, that if the choices that are manifest through the soul or spirit isn't caused, then there would be no need to attribute God, or even have to consider the possibility that God may have micromanaged the appearance of evil through the history of his creation.
Right. Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying. I probably word it a little differently, but I think I understand, where you're going with it ultimately.
Yeah, because this concept was it was just beyond my consideration when I first when I first started to try to tackle this problem. But then I watched a debate between James White and Michael Brown, where he suggested that that choices can come from nothing. And so I'd like to hold. I hold to the faith that at the very least, the choice that a person makes to whether to receive the gift of salvation from God or to reject it, that at least is uncaused, thereby relinquishing the burden of having to explain why, the problem of evil. And
yeah, I would formulate it differently, but I think I get the spirit of what you're intending to communicate. But yeah, I would have problems with the phrase uncaused, philosophically. But I could give you a better way of explaining what you're trying to say, in that sense, where choices aren't arbitrary. They're certainly caused, but there is a certain, parameter or confines within that ability for the agent to choose. Like I can't choose to fly, but I can choose to get in a plane or whatever. I'm limited in who I am, but in that sense, all of our choices are caused, there is this very interesting interlayering in our reality of that which is truly probable and that which is deterministic. And it's very interesting because probability after a while seems to be probabilistic, like flipping a coin. After say 100,000 flips, you're going to be able to roughly say it's going to be 50-50 when it comes out. That's not determinism in the way that philosophically you're meaning it, but there are causal links that bring such things about. But agency is certainly involved. And culpability, because if they were truly arbitrary, then culpability wouldn't follow. The agent has to be responsible for the evil that they're engaging in. It can't come from nothing. It has to be caused. But agent causality, see, the soul in a certain sense is an unmoved mover, because our creaturely souls, quote unquote, are simple. They don't have parts. So in that sense, we are these small unmoved movers that Aristotle talked about. But we ultimately are composed because God is the only one whose essence is to exist. Our existence is accidental to our essences. Therefore, we have to be granted and gifted an act of being that can only come from one who is being or existence himself. Now we have secondary agency. Now within those parameters, we can make choices as creatures without God determining meticulously. But go ahead.
Hey, real quick, Kenny, I just wanted to let you know, if you didn't already know, what you just described actually was looked into very deeply by one of our mutually admired, I don't know what you'd call them. I guess hero doesn't really work in a Christian context, but Tolkien. J.R.R. Tolkien actually wrote extensively on what he called the sub-creator, which was humans as the little unmoved mover. If you're interested in that, I would definitely recommend it. It's philosophical brilliance, and it totally changed my view on Tolkien because I didn't.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That I came to that conclusion on my own. So and when you come to a conclusion on your own, don't think that you are so bright that now no matter what you go with it, but the fact that God has revealed it to other people tells me I'm on the right track.
100% right. I totally with you there. And yeah, I'd like to just recommend you read those, because personally, I've always loved Tolkien, but I've never thought of him as a philosopher or a theologian. But reading his private writings, the man is a brilliant philosopher.
Oh, you've got me really excited to dig into his writings now. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to play the short clip and then you guys can react.
I got to step away for a few moments.
What is determinism, and are they compatible? Philosophers often define free will as whatever control is required for us to be morally responsible for our behavior. Determinism is the view that there is at any instant exactly one physically possible future. So is free will compatible with determinism? If yes, then compatibilism is true. Nearly all compatibilists think humans do in fact have free will, though not all are committed to the truth of determinism. If no, then incompatibilism is true. Incompatibilists differ on the question, do humans have free will? If yes, then libertarianism is true. If no, then free will skepticism is true. If you'd like to hear arguments for and against each of these views, check out my playlist on free will. Does divine foreknowledge preclude human freedom? In this video, I'll summarize an argument that it does, then summarize 6 possible responses to that argument. Welcome, I'm Jordan, and this is The Analytic Christian, the channel that helps you explore
really quickly
Christian
point something
philosophy
out?
and theology.
He earlier said that compatibilists are not committed to the idea of determinism. I guess I could totally be wrong about that, just because there's a huge philosophical field here that I'm just not aware of. But my understanding is that compatibilism, by definition, is the mutual affirmation of determinism and free will.
I think he said a specific type because I think he is a determinist. But yeah, that did sound kind of weird to me too. But I think this is a little more clear right here. Like this next part that he's going to explain a little more detailed here, the different categories here.
For sure.
But yeah, if you have an issue with anything, just pipe in and I'll pause it.
You may think that your choice to watch this video right now is free. After all, doesn't it seem like you could choose to turn it off or keep watching? Well, if God exists, then perhaps you aren't as free as you think. It looks like you must watch this video. Here's an argument to show you why. 1. You have no choice about God believed 1,000 years ago that you would watch this video today. 2. Necessarily, if God believed 1,000 years ago that you would watch this video today, then you are watching this video today. 3. Therefore, you have no choice about you are watching this video today. That's a pretty shocking conclusion, and it's even more shocking when you realize that if this argument works, it generalizes to all human behavior. With that in mind, we need to ask ourselves 2 questions. Is this argument logically valid? And are the premises true? The question of the argument's validity is tricky because the argument relies on a controversial rule of inference. This rule of inference is called rule beta. Others call it the transfer principle.
Kenny
Basically,
must
it
have
says
invented
that
it.
if you have no choice about X and X entails Y, then you have no choice about Y. This rule seems plausible to me. I can't think of a good
In case that isn't clear, Kenny invented that rule because Kenny is beta.
Brutal.
counterexample. But if you don't accept it, no worries. The argument can be reformulated without the transfer principle. Check the description of the video to see this alternative form. So what about the premises of this argument? Are they true? Well, the first premise seems true because the past is outside of our control. It's fixed. I can add to the given past, but I can't change it. This intuitive idea is what lies behind sayings like, there's no use in crying over spilled milk. What about the second premise of the argument? Well, that seems true as well because we've assumed God is essentially omniscient, and a feature of omniscience is infallibility. So God is infallible. His belief 1,000 years ago that you would watch this video today can't be wrong. There are 2 broad types of responses to this argument. There are compatibilist responses and incompatibilist responses. A compatibilist response aims to show that divine foreknowledge and human freedom are compatible. An incompatibilist response accepts that divine foreknowledge and human freedom are incompatible, but also says that for one reason or another, this isn't a problem. There are at least 3 different compatibilist responses: timelessness, Occamism, and dependence. The timelessness response says that we should deny premise 1, since it's false, strictly speaking, that God believed anything 1,000 years ago. God is outside of time. The challenge for this response just seems to push the problem back a step.
Dumb.
The original argument can be modified so that the same conclusion is reached even if we assume God is timeless. You have no choice about God timelessly believes that you would watch this video today. Necessarily, if God timelessly believes that you would watch this video today, then you are watching this video today. Therefore, you have no choice about you are watching this video today. Occamism is a view that says there are 2 kinds of facts about the past, hard and soft. A hard fact is entirely about the past, while a soft fact.
Does anybody want to guess which version Kenny invented? Just joking. I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. I love Kenny.
Well, so really quick though, I do want to point out
Is partly about the past.
I don't think and I don't really adhere to the timelessness thing in that sense, right? Obviously, I believe God is timeless, but in the sense that that's an argument for compatibilism, I don't necessarily think that's true. But I would say that I don't think his argument quite deals with what the actual objection would be, right? Everybody's heard the analogy 100 times of if you record a football game and you watched it and then you knew it was going to happen and then you watched it again, you didn't, just because you knew what was going to happen doesn't mean that you would somehow made it happen, right? And so I think that to a certain extent doesn't account for maybe the robustness of what a somebody who believed in libertarian free will might actually say, or somebody who believed in the timelessness thing here would actually say, because I think both of them would bring this particular objection up. But I do think that there is a different way to word this that makes it just as true, which isn't if God timelessly believed something, therefore you had no choice in it. It's that God timelessly has this knowledge of a thing and is the uncaused first cause which led it to occur. I think you have to take those both into this, because if it's simply knowledge, then I don't think that impacts your choice. I think it's just literally that, simply knowledge. But if it's knowledge in unison with his position as the creator, meaning as the first domino, so to speak, then I think you have yourself a actual problem here for those who want to argue against determinism.
And for libertarianism. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but part of me thinks I agree with the first half of what you said. And the thing I wonder is, does God determine? I think that smuggles in determinism in your assumption when you say, and God determined the world, knowing what it would be. I still think he could determine a world with free agents in it, and then he just knows what they're going to do, and his knowledge is infallible. But if you say that automatically makes it worse as far as freedom goes, I think that's might be smuggling in the determinism right there in that premise. No?
Well, and perhaps this is just, a me thing, but I don't see a difference between God willingly choosing to create free creatures who have a certain, who enact a certain set of consequences that he knows of, and God actually predetermining those things in the sense of pulling puppet strings. To me, it's the same thing. Because, and I've used this example before, because there's a Catholic apologist named John Buck. He's kind of in the same field that we're in the sense that he's kind of a small guy at the moment, right? But he once actually he gave the comparison to me once, talking about if you had a mob boss who had a lion and he let the lion go so that it did something or other to the unruly customer or whatever it happens to be. I don't know mob terms, but is he considered to be the cause of that? And I think it's obvious. Any court of law would say this. Anybody who was looking at it objectively would say this. Of course he is, right? Of course he is. But what
because he knew what it would do. You knew what it would do, and it just did what it does.
It did what it does freely, right? In other words, the lion is at least self-aware enough to know that it could not do that. And if you don't believe that, just tell your dog no one time, right? And see if it listens. If he does listen, then that means your dog is at least self-aware enough to decide whether or not to do something, right?
Sure. But what if the lion is another person?
Well, it doesn't change anything in that sense, right? Because you still have the same thing. You have somebody who has knowledge of the agent having at least enough self-awareness to choose to do otherwise, and the agent not choosing to do otherwise, and the person who had originally had this happen, namely the mob boss, right, having full knowledge of the fact that they were going to do that. No rational person would say that person who let go of the lion, or the person, if it's an actual free agent, didn't actually cause it, right? We would all universally agree that whether he put a gun to his head or just let somebody go knowing what they were going to do, the effect is the same, right? And so I think that's a big problem when we start talking about things like free will, because if you create, and let's just make it, as complex as we can, if you create a robot that somehow attains full autonomous sentience, right? Or sapience, I think is a better word to use. And you somehow, some way, maybe you just manage to get a time machine and you can just figure out what happens on the timeline, right? But 1000% what this robot will do with its autonomy. And it happens to be murdering a 3-year-old child in cold blood. But you decide to create the robot anyways, right? With that same autonomy anyways. Are you really not the cause at that point? I don't buy that personally.
Well, this is why I agree with you about the ordination thing. That's why I sided with you. God is responsible in some sense. But the rub is that if we truly are rational beings and we have the imago Dei, or whatever that may mean, but we're moral agents that are actually fully responsible for what we do. God is only responsible. Some people, I think this is why they make distinctions about like strong causation or whatever it is, strong and weak or whatever, or primary and secondary causes and stuff like that. So I think he is responsible. He did ordain it, and that's why the cross is so beautiful. But so I think he takes responsibility for it, and he knew, and so in that sense, it's like, yeah, like no one's saying God didn't know what we would do, but the question is like, what did God do about it, and why did he allow it? That's why I like my theodicy, because I think he's being fair. He's letting the rebellion play out with free choices. So he is responsible, and that's why he's able to display who he is in the milieu of that. But we are still truly free and responsible for what we did, and we didn't have to do it, but he knew we would. But I agree. I think that means you have to say, no matter, even if you're a libertarian, you still have to say God. And of course he takes responsibility for it because he's sovereign. But I want to put all the blame on man or whatever. But I agree with you. I think you do have to put some responsibility on God. He's God. If he knows, that's just. And I think that's true.
Yeah.
See,
and
and
this is
the thing that I find, and obviously I agree with what you said, right? But the thing that I find interesting about it is what you just said is traditional Calvinism, right? I always point out to people when we have these conversations, total depravity is it when worded in its most proper, well, I won't say most proper, but when worded properly, I'll say, right, is that man freely chooses to do what he wills, everything that he wills, in fact, but that men freely will depraved things, right? And that's what the doctrine of total depravity is, right? And so when we start talking about things like, okay, well, I believe God gave human beings free will, knowing exactly what they would do with that free will, but deciding to do it anyway because he had his own righteous purposes. I hear that and I say, all right, fantastic. Welcome to the Reform side, brother, right? Because that's exactly what the Reform people have always been saying, is that God chose to have this world the way it is. Specifically, he didn't want it any way else, right? He got exactly what he wanted from this world. And he did so, wanted so, and willed so for his own righteous purposes in his own sovereignty. And yeah, that includes the evil acts, right? That includes the detestable things like Holocaust and Rwandan genocides and things like that.
If that makes me Calvinist, I'm fine with that. I consider myself a child of the Reformation, but I would just say Calvinists sometimes affirm things that I can't affirm in the sense of that seem to put too much responsibility on God for the things that make it sinful or whatever. So maybe that's me being magical about free will or something. And there's some sense where that's like unexplainable.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I'd say, because, that there is a dispute in Reformed circles of hard determinism versus compatibilism, right? Me and Brother Nick and John Calvin himself, actually, and James White, even though everybody refuses to acknowledge this, but if you listen to James White for an entire series, an entire episode, it is impossible to come to the conclusion that he's a hard determinist. He absolutely is not. But we are all compatibilists, right? And then you'll have others, like, for example, John Piper or Martin Luther is another example of this, who are hard determinists, who believe that God meticulously decided each and everything would happen the way that it did, with no free intervention of the. In fact, if you read the bond on the bondage of the will, Martin Luther just basically says as much, right? That it is by God's. I forget exactly how he words it, but basically he says that God pulls unwilling men into sin. It is the gist of what he's trying to communicate. Calvin wouldn't actually say anything like that, and neither would James White, by the way. But so when you're saying, there are certain Calvinists out there who say things I wouldn't affirm, I wouldn't actually have any sort of an issue with that, because that's always been in Reformed circles a dispute, right? But the ones who are labeled the roughest, like Calvin, like James White, like Doug Wilson, and interestingly enough, like myself, right? Because for some reason this community just blew up at the revelation that I was Reformed, even though I've said that since day one. What we've actually been communicating for the last 500 years is not man's inability to freely choose, but the fact that man freely chooses things which are depraved, right?
Well, this is where I would differ from the fatalists and many of the what do they call that?
Determinists.
Yeah, I used to call it strict determinism, but I suppose it's the same thing as hard determinism. Is that given the scenario where you have the supreme being that that dictates for suffering and evil, I find that such a supreme being, i.e., God, to be unpraiseworthy. And this was what threw me off from Christianity, threw me in a state of backsliding for many years. And it wasn't until I had come to I was introduced to the concept of choices being made outside of the chain of physical causality that I slowly began to meander back to the faith. Can you, CJ, can you tell me in the best way that you can articulate it from your, I suppose, personality or personal preference, why you would find a God, a deterministic God, to be praiseworthy?
Well, I guess if I wanted to be coy, I could say because I was determined so. But if I wanted to not be coy, I think that there are. But it's probably a more complicated answer, honestly, than I could just give shortly here. But I'll try to, do my best, so to speak. The first thing is, I think that the worship that God deserves is in so many different things that to try and take one and say, if we don't have this, then it must not be true, might be a little bit, I don't know, I guess short-sighted would be the word. So for example, if God is the creator and the creator alone, right? He doesn't have any of the awesome positive traits that we associate with him biblically. He just simply created all that exists. Then he's worthy of worship, in my opinion. And I've even said to people before, I mean, if the Islamic God is the true God, then there's nothing that you can do about that. That's just the way it is, right? Facts are stubborn things, as the second president of the United States had famously said, right? And they don't care about your feelings, as another very popular political person has said, but I digress. The point is that if the Islamic God, who is pro-jihad and pro-pedophilia and pro-torturing non-believers and all that, if that God is the true God, you and I just don't get to have a say in it. It's just the way it is, right? And you can sit on your hands and protest and say, I don't want to worship him and he's a big meanie and all that kind of stuff, but you just don't have an option. And for me, that's a somewhat terrifying thought, I'll be honest with you, because it applies anywhere, right? if some Cthulhuan god happens to be the true God, and he just wants me to be deceived into believing into this fake God just so he can send me to some place and torture me forever and laugh about it hysterically, there's literally nothing I can do about it, right? And so to go back to the original point, right, just being the creator alone, I think, makes you deserving of worship, because it makes you what we consider to be God in our conception, right? Another thing I would say, though, besides that, and by the way, really briefly before I move on, actually, I would say this is the point of the potter analogy that Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Paul use, right? When they're saying, how can the pot say to the potter, "Why have you made me thus?" The point they're trying to make there is the same point that I'm making right now, which is God is God whether you like it or not. And I'm sure every Christian has begrudgingly had moments in their life where they did not like it, if we're just being honest. But it remains true regardless, right? But the second thing, then, to move on from that, I would say that God is deserving of worship because he is the ultimate source of the things which make life coherent. So in other words, reason is reasonable because it is within God's nature. Logic is logical because it is within God's nature. Order is orderly because it is within God's nature. Morality is moral because it is within God's nature. Things like that. In other words, the very things that I would use to say things like God exists, or this is evil, or this being is deserving of some sort of adoration that one might call worship, the very things I use to even communicate that have their source and origin and grounding in God himself. And so to try and use those in any way that would discredit God or say that he was somehow not deserving of worship, to me is almost as absurd. And I say this in a way that's totally respectful, by the way, so don't take it the wrong way. But for my own thought process, it's as absurd as trying to argue that 2 + 2 somehow equals, some double-digit number, or anything other than 4, of course, right? But the point just being, some number that's not even close to 4. And the reason being is because, like I said, I think that, and I don't tend to argue like a presuppositionalist. I knew that wasn't sounding right. But I do think it's true. I mean, if God exists, he is the ultimate source of everything that makes life coherent whatsoever, right? And so that is another thing where that alone, I think, makes him worthy of worship. And then also, I think the Bible, this is sort of a third point to hammer specifically on his morality, portrays God as a being who is loving beyond compare, despite the fact that he has no discernible reason to be. In other words, we are not only mere termites to him, in fact, less than that, but we also contribute nothing, take everything, and then spit in his face as we do so. There's nothing in us that makes us worthy of even the slightest glimpse. He should treat us as Cthulhu treats us in H.P. Lovecraft's stories, which is as flies, insects, little things that are around, right? Then to quote another fiction, there's a story called Watchmen, where the godlike character in it, Dr. Manhattan, says, "The world's smartest man is to me as much of a threat as the world's smartest termite." Well, I'd go farther with that thought and say the world's most worthy man is as worthy to God as the most worthy termite, right? Because of the fact that he has created us, given us all these abundant things, and then we use these abundant things to spite him and spit in his face and to say, you know what, to hell with you. We contribute absolutely nothing, and we couldn't even contribute anything if we tried. And yet he loves us anyways. And that to me is an unbelievable level of care. I can't say for your fellow human being, of course, because he's not necessarily a human being. I only say necessarily because of the incarnation, but obviously God is greater than humans, right? He created humans. But I like that. Just if you were to meet a person like that, it would be hard for you not to unreasonably admire that person, right? And yet we have a God who is much greater than any person who is like that. And so that's just a couple of reasons that I would give to say, this is why God would be deserving of worship, regardless of whether or not he's deterministic, and with some of those answers, regardless of whether or not he's even the Christian God, right? I mean, I do take very seriously the idea that God is God, whether I like him to be or not. And, I would like to believe that if God was revealed to be something I didn't like, that I would serve him anyways. Because it's completely absurd not to, right? It'd almost be like trying to what would be the word? I guess fall up the stairs, right? Be a good example, or some other sort of absurdity. It's just completely unreasonable.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. And to summarize what I've gotten your uh, from your statement is that ultimately it comes down to the presupposition of determinism, where ultimately any reason that a person can give for praising a deterministic God would itself be determined upon that person, and likewise for any person who would, by reason, to find such a God to not be praiseworthy, would equally be determined upon that person. And ultimately, it's just, split down the middle. Either you were determined to want to praise that God, or you were determined not to want to praise that God. And this is where I find comfort in Scripture itself, which to me, it seems to emphatically declare a God who is benevolent and is not deceptive and is open about his desires for the path that man should, of his own volition, choose to take. And that's where I hold to the faith that the choice to that culpability is just and righteous in the hand of God's judgment. And so I don't find, but it's sort of a double-edged sword to try to apply reason in the within the confines of our understanding of morality, to either say that such a God is praiseworthy or not praiseworthy. You would at least have to implicitly say that if a God is evil, and because he is the supreme being, that that alone could be reason enough to hold loyalty and admiration for that God. That ultimately it is those who choose to defy such a God by reason of morality and the very precepts that God himself lays out in the scriptures, the Ten Commandments and such, that they are really at the top of the moral high ground in defying such a God, because he is evil and does not live up to his own standards. And somehow they are the ones that produce the glory, the glory that God seeks to, because the God is ultimately glorified in this sense at the expense of those who are fallen. And yet they are not, the ones who are fallen are the ones who are wiped out for all eternity, whether annihilationism or eternal suffering. Whereas the fallen ones should actually be exalted above even the saints. And so this is a philosophical inconsistency for me. Essentially, Satan is the hero of the narrative. He tells the truth. He any manifestation of evil was determined by God, and so to lay judgment on something that he determined is, in a way, God judging himself, but not to where he holds culpability, but rather takes it out on the helpless subjects of his own creation. And this is just a philosophical difference that we have. I can see where if a person honestly believes that they were determined to every aspect of their ontology was determined from the start, then they would have no reason to deviate from their compelled nature to worship an evil god. But this is where and I'll admit it's a tough thing to overcome to even suggest that that free will can truly exist in a autonomous nature apart from the environment in which that individual was that individual came to be. For neurologists, they try to quantify everything that goes on in the physical brain to account for the choices, the emotions, the memories that we have, every aspect of perception that we can that we reflect on. And I can see how it's absurd to try to say that something as essential as a choice can be completely uncaused, even if it is confined to just choosing whether to obey God or to reject God. And this is a burden for me. And my only hope out of this reductive, circular, or vicious circle, I should say, of getting out of the problem of evil, deterministic, a deterministic creation, is to hold to the faith that our choices are independent of the physical environment in which we reside.
Well, so I think there's a couple things I'd want to kind of say. The first thing is, I think it's important to clarify that when we say, because from my perspective, the phraseology, if God was evil, is a little bit of an absurdity, right? In the sense that it doesn't logically make sense. And I mean that literally. I don't mean it in a sense where people toss the word logically around like candy these days. But what I mean to say is that if a God exists, if a supreme being exists, then morality is by definition whatever he wants it to be.
And that's true. And I admit I shouldn't. A better way to say what I'm trying to say is to not to use the word evil, but rather to say that God is apparently contradictory, and it is apparently beyond his capacity to manifest his nature in such a way that it is that would not make him contradictory to his own prescriptions.
Well, and that would be a much better way to put it, right? Or and even you could put it in a much more concise way, right? In saying that, instead of saying evil, what if we use the word malicious, right? God appears to be malicious, because maliciousness isn't necessarily determined by what is or is not moral, right? You could be malicious towards somebody who's trying to attack your dog, right? Or something along those lines. But in that case, your maliciousness is well-founded and justified. So, you and of course, you could say things like contradictory as well. But I think just to get the point across, right? Like, imagine we have a God who is malicious towards humankind. Would it then be ethical or moral for people to refuse that God on the grounds that maliciousness towards conscious creatures appears to be distasteful? I guess would be a good way to put that without using some loaded language. But then again, I even catch myself there, right? Because it appears to be distasteful according to who, right? And I know that's one of those questions that it can kind of it can kind of be like a poke into people's side sometimes. They're just like, well, what do you mean according to who? Isn't that just obvious? But the thing is it isn't, right? If we go back in just our own Western American Christian history, we couldn't even decide whether or not different races were actually people 100 years ago. And I mean, I say that a little tongue in cheek, and I know that there are certain political sides that have just completely destroyed any honest conversation about that. But it's true, right? I mean, we had internment camps filled with Japanese people in the 40s. I mean, my grandpa was born in the 40s. Right? I talk to him almost daily. You know what I mean? He's not even that old. Well, I mean, 70s is pretty old, but he's coherent is the point. Like, he walks and he's got all his mental faculties, and the man has another, Lord willing, 15, 20 years in him, especially with modern tech. The point just kind of being that it was in that time that we, in our super advanced state, being enlightened, being exposed to the scriptures constantly, we couldn't even decide whether or not these people had the basic liberties that were enshrined to them in the Constitution, right? Or whether or not the mentally handicapped were, whether or not it was okay to kill them. It was in the 1920s that the Supreme Court ruled that it was totally fine to, I don't know if it's euthanize or abort, but regardless, to kill people on the basis that they were handicapped. Legally, of course, right? Not anybody could just murder them. But the point just being that, that happened in America not long ago. And why is that relevant? Well, it's relevant to say that when we say that God is malicious and maliciousness appears to be distasteful, it's like distasteful according to who? According to you, well, you're just some guy, and I don't mean that using Crimson Air. I just mean the royal you, whoever we happen to be talking to. It could be me, of course. In fact, it is me, of course. But that is just to say that if God is actively malicious and contradictory, and hateful and spiteful and apathetic, or even actively hostile, and all of these other kinds of different things, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Right? Because he's still God. Like, we can't, we just don't have the ability to actually objectively say yes or no, good or bad, in the presence of God. And we can demonstrate that throughout our own history. Now, I want to be clear here. I don't think God is contradictory, and I don't think he is malicious, and all these other different horrible adjectives that I'm throwing out here, right? But I'm just simply saying, if he was, there's really, ultimately, to say it's morally just to say anything to him, it is kind of just like, okay, well, it says who? It says what? Why? You know what I mean? And that's something that you can hear all the time from even non-determinists, right? Like William Lane Craig and Tim Stratton and, David Wood and all these other kinds of people who go out and just do contra-atheist apologetics. But
I mean, therein lies the problem. I'm saying it's not us who are saying, well, this is moral or that's it's not up to us to question God, certainly. But I'm saying that given this scenario, it would be God himself denouncing himself.
Right, but that's, once again, it runs into the same problem, right? Because it's still like, let's just say it's openly contradictory, right? Like, let's say God said, hey, you should not be unkind to non-believers, and then wrote a law that said anybody who is unkind, or anybody, let me say it. So you should not be unkind to unbelievers. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let's just say this in the positive. It'll be easier for me to keep my words straight. You should be kind to unbelievers. God tells you should be kind to unbelievers. But then he writes a law that says anybody who is kind to the unbeliever will die, right? And you say, well, God, you're contradicting yourself. Well, so what, right? Like again, you run into this whole problem of what does it mean to say something that's contradictory is even a bad thing? Like, who cares? You know what I mean? And I know that's not a satisfactory answer to the human mind, but it's an explicitly biblical one, right? And we can go to Romans 9 to kind of look at this when he's talking about the pot and the potter. When he says he has vessels for dishonor, our English Bibles kind of clean up a little bit. He's actually talking about vessels for taking a dump in. It's grotesque language, right? And the point that he's trying to illustrate is if the potter makes a toilet, what does the toilet, what right does the toilet have to say to the potter? Well, why am I a toilet? Why can't I be one of these fancy vases that hangs out in the royal palace or something like that, right? Why do I have to be a literal receptacle for feces? And Paul's point, of course, is the idea that the toilet would even ask such a question is just absurd, because God is ultimately the foundation for everything. If he chooses to contradict himself, he has a right. If he chooses to say something evil, he has a right. If he chooses to change his mind, he has a right. Now, he doesn't do those things, right? Our God is not a God who's contradictory or anything along those lines. He's not a God who's hateful. He's not a God who is malicious towards human beings, including non-believers. But if he wanted to be, he has every right to be. And what are we going to do, right? Are we going to sit on our hands and say no? I mean, like, we literally are less than dust in comparison, right? And again, I know I'm not trying to say this in a way that's like too abrasive or anything, but it's just to say that ultimately anybody who comes to this question with this idea of like, well, how do we get out of the culpability that is given to God for him being a contradictory God or a malicious God or something like that, like what makes him worthy? And I think the thing is just to say that that's not even a question that we're allowed to ask, not in the sense that we're not literally allowed to ask it, but in the sense that it just doesn't make any sense. It's like asking, why is gravity? Well, it just kind of is. You can try and scientifically explain it all you want, but then you got to say, well, then why is that? And 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 the thing is, you're never going to get to the end of it because it just is, right?
I would first address the Romans 9. That's talking about our roles in life in the physical sense, in the terrestrial sense. I would refer back to the example of the lame peasant who, after he was healed, one of the disciples asked Jesus, "For whose sins does this man suffer his infirmities, himself or his father's?" And Jesus answered, "Neither, but for that which God may be glorified." And that's where I would apply Romans 9. Certainly, that's not talking about eternal judgment. If it were ever the case, you have an example in Scripture where it says that God makes vessels to eternal torment, damnation, then there's no way out of that. But fortunately for people of my position, there's nothing of that sort. And I would even go as far as to say that the Bible makes it clear that at least God himself declares that he is not of such a nature which you appear to be ascribing to him. Do you have any example from early church history that taught this kind of theology?
What? Hang on. Do you mean like as far as God's ability to say whatever he wants? Because I haven't ascribed any nature to God. I've just simply said that the idea of questioning why God did such and such a thing and why he's worthy of worship, I think is fundamentally flawed, because he can do whatever he wishes. He can be as contradictory as he wishes. And again, I don't think he is contradictory, but if he wishes to be, there's nothing man can say, right? He has every right to do whatever he wishes with his creation. So I just want to be clear. I'm not saying anything about his nature. I'm simply saying, and I don't think Paul's saying anything about his nature. I'm simply talking about his ability, right? And let me illustrate really quick by virtue of just a basic fact of life, right? So hundreds of thousands, in fact, millions, in fact, probably hundreds of millions, and maybe even potentially billions of human beings have been born into slavery throughout the existence of all humanity, right? I don't know if if you could definitively get yourself up to billions, but definitely hundreds of millions of people have been born into slavery throughout the existence of humanity, right? Now, when two people came together, God had every single ability to not give them fruit in the womb, right? In fact, Genesis even very clearly says in numerous times, right, because all three of the patriarchs end up having barren wives, that it is explicitly God who gives and does not give, as far as the procreation is concerned. And right when Rachel says, "Give me children, lest I die," to Jacob, Jacob says, "I am God in God's stead, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb." Right, very clearly implying that God is the one who ultimately does this. And not to get crass, but if anybody who's ever been carnal with a woman or been carnal with a man, if you are a woman, knows that that is the case, because most of the time when you do it, you don't actually get pregnant, right? It's part of the reason why teens are so willing to do it. So God had a right to, and the ability, let's forget the right, God had the ability to make sure that every single one of those wombs did not actually have a child in it, right? But he did. He said, I want there to be a child here, and I want this child to be born into brutal, sinful, detestable slavery. And in many instances, that child grew up to be 18, 20, 35, maybe if he's lucky, and then die as a overworked, starving, thirsty, medically malnourished slave, right? And perhaps you're not in the hundreds of millions now when you're talking about that, but you're still at an insanely high number of people who that's the life that God freely gave them, right? And he had every right, and in fact every ability, to just simply not have these people conceive. But instead, he did decide it was better for there to be mass opportunity for sin and suffering in this individual life, right? It was better for that to happen than it was for this individual life, and indeed these hundreds of millions of individual lives, not to exist. So now we have a little bit of a problem, don't we? That in and of itself is appearing to be God ordaining these lesser vessels. Now, not in the sense that they're being damned to hell. And again, I don't believe that God is hard determining creatures to hell. I do believe that we do have free will, just that it is compatible with determinism, right? But to digress from that a little bit, God has seemingly ordained a world where there is tons and tons and tons and tons of sin. And he didn't, and in fact, if he wanted the person, he doesn't even really have to not have them born, does he? Right? He can just have them conceived and take them in a miscarriage, or have them die as a newborn, or have them die at the age of a year. But he doesn't. He decides that he wants them to actually go through the suffering of being a slave. And this problem, by the way, is only made worse when you consider the fact that you and I and Jamie and everybody else in this live chat are currently, even if you are impoverished by American standards, are living better than kings did 400 years ago, right? In other words, the terrible conditions of life, well over 90% of human beings who have ever existed were born into that, born into having to kill or be killed, cheat and steal and lie and all this other kind of stuff in order to live in this absolutely terrible world where genocide was just such a regular occurrence. They didn't even have a word for it, right? And that's the overwhelming majority of human lives. Even to this day, it's the overwhelming majority of human lives in Africa and the Middle East and China and all these other kinds of places, right? Life is not peaches. You know what I mean? And by the way, while I'm on this note, I do find it super interesting that it is Westerners who live such a posh life that have such a problem with the idea that God has ordained quite an awful lot of suffering. People in areas where suffering is irregular, they kind of just take this as a given because that's just the way life is. If he didn't ordain it, then he didn't ordain anything. You know what I mean? So to kind of wrap up the point, because I could rant forever, and I apologize. I don't want to just dominate the conversation, but to wrap my point up a little bit, I think that example in and of itself, the example of showing, where we could be born and how that impacts our lives, and all the different things that lead to or that are brought to fruition as a result of where we're born and when we're born and how we're born and all that other kind of stuff. That in and of itself shows God having a really, really heavy hand in ordaining things that we consider to be evil. And the only real question that remains open for me, at least, is does God have righteous purposes in doing so? Which I think he does. Did I lose connection here by chance?
Yeah, you went silent. I was just checking my phone to see if something happened on my end, but yeah, you went out for, I'd say, the last 15 seconds.
Okay, well, I had basically finished my thought there. So yeah, go right ahead and respond to that, because I was
Well, there are degrees to which we can say there are degrees to which we can qualify as to the meaning of God ordaining evil. But the first thing that I would simply point out is that we are currently living in the age where we struggle with the nature of sin. So even those people who are born into slavery, they themselves are sinners. The second point is that the degree to which they suffer is, from our perspective, a subjective point. A person who grows up in slavery can find more joy out of life than a person who is rich and you know a CEO of a global company. Take for example that the man who was said to be the richest in the world. There was a movie made about him. I'm sorry, I don't recall the name, but Mark Wahlberg was in that movie. It was a old gentleman. I think he was in England. He ran some newspaper company. He had a daughter. Oh no, I'm sorry. You might have been in in America. He had a daughter who was who got involved with some. She got involved with some terrorist group, robbed a bank or something, and then got locked up. Maybe you know who I'm talking about, maybe not. But the point is that the movie depicted his life as being the latter part as being utterly miserable, trying to count every penny and save everywhere he can. And Mark Wahlberg's character related just how miserable of a human being he was. I in When I was in high school, I had learned about life for slaves here in America back in the colonial days, where it was an astonishment to the slave owners that they would see these people labor from early in the morning, sometimes before even sunrise, all the way till night, and yet even around midnight and afterwards, they would be seen sometimes gathered in groups, singing, dancing. So I would advise a level of discernment in just judging from a superficial standpoint of saying, well, a person who was born into slavery or whatever other impoverished condition must necessarily entail a level of suffering that is absent from someone who is born into wealth. And so, but again, we live in a sinful age where we are all accountable. We all contribute to the destruction, misery, and suffering in the world. And so just from that alone, I wouldn't say that God prescribed it, but rather that God uses it through His omnipotent capacity to manifest His grace and His love to the people in the world, to draw them to Him. That it is where the reason why He allows for babies to be born in bad conditions, and others, exactly like in Romans 9, like you quoted, about vessels being made, some to honor and dishonor. And the driving point would be to have an example where God creates a subject for eternal damnation. I suppose you could argue that He created, and this is where someone in my position would find it hard to refute, because in the example of Lucifer in the book of Ezekiel, it is explicitly says, God explicitly says that, addresses him as king of Tyre, that his heart was lifted up because of his wisdom and beauty, as if to draw in a direct causation there. It's because of such and such, therefore, so as if to implicitly say that if he didn't have such and such qualities, that he wouldn't have started down that path. And that's something that I can't refute, because there's nothing in Scripture to refute that with, other than God's explicit statements of His desire for all of His created subjects to abide in His love and to receive Him. Otherwise, it would make it deceptive and incoherent, especially when measured against His own commandments, which are framed in the understanding of benevolence, and how every commandment can be summed up to loving God with all your heart and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. So yeah, this is this is the point of impasse where either you accept it or reject it. And I would simply advise for you to look at the scope of the physical creation, not so much strictly along the x-axis, but also along the y-axis, where choices, the crucial decisions that outline the path of one's eternal destiny to be unbound and uncaused to a degree, like what Kenny was saying. I think he was saying that that the choice itself could very well be uncaused, but that it is influenced so far as the way in which it is the choice, the destiny of a person is manifested in this stage, on this stage, I should say, of this the way things unfold. And so it's not so much as, well, if things had been different, then He could have chosen. I'm sorry. If things had been different, He would have still made the same choice, but rather that it would have only altered the timing and the superficial mannerism in which that choice is manifested. You can only choose based on what you know. And I suppose in this sense, it would be sound logic to agree that only God Himself has true free will, since He knows He's omniscient. That old saying, "If I knew then what I knew now, or what I know now," and I can attest to that. I can only choose based on my limited knowledge. We all do, and if we had unlimited knowledge, we would choose otherwise. And this is where I would simply say that maybe God uses it to both His and our advantage, that that he can arrange for certain things to be the way they are, so that we are coaxed to the best possible to the best possible degree in which our free will can still be free and yet have the highest likelihood uh, of manifesting a desirable outcome.
Well, I think it's important for us to realize, and I want to say this with respect to the position, but I kind of want you to notice you said both at the beginning and at the end. At the beginning, in regards to the slavery, and you talked about some of the different, enjoyments one might have, or how certain people had seen people suffering, and they had, gleaned some kind of learning from that, and all this other kind of stuff, right? And then ended it with the point there about, talking about there are certain things where someone would have known something, then they would have done something different, and perhaps that something different would have been something better. But God, in His sovereignty, has decided to choose this way, both for His glorification and our benefit.
Yeah, I think I was kind of pushing for Molinism, though that wasn't my exact intent. I'm not even sure what Molinism entirely entails, but I'm still learning more about it. Yeah.
Well, and either way, I think it's important for us to realize here that what you just said is precisely what I have just said, right? And this is a common problem I've noticed when we have these kinds of conversations. The non-determinist will say that, God, and I noticed too that, and again, just so you know, I'd say this completely respectfully, right? But the distancing of God from certain events is also relatively common. For, like you said, He allows certain people to be born, right? But God has never allowed anybody to be born. God actively causes people to be born. He's the active creator of all individuals who are in existence, right? So we can't say God has ever allowed anyone to be born. God has actively caused people to be born. And that's something that we can apply to a greater or lesser extent throughout the other parts here. But I want to just, hammer, kind of zone in on this point, right? When we're saying, well, maybe God has put this person in a situation where they're starving, which is just something I've never experienced, right? And I doubt most people in America have experienced. But their entire 35 years of existence, they're starving before eventually dying of dysentery or some other horrible disease, right? And their whole life is just being beaten and whipped, and their children being sold, and all this other kind of terrible stuff, right? Maybe God put them in that kind of situation because for their benefit, for the benefit of others around them, and for the glorification of God, there is greater purposes at play. And it's one of those situations where it's like, right, that's exactly what the Reformed person is saying. God has set things up in such a way that it is going to be glorifying to Him, that it is going to be beneficial for us, that it is going to provide each sinner with the ample, not only ample amount of information to know that they are sinners and are indeed guilty, but also to know that they need to repent and that there is a Savior that they can turn to, right? And all these other sorts of things. God has set up the world in such a way where these things are true. In other words, He has His own righteous purposes, right? The reason I want to kind of zero in on that so much is because that is the compatibilist claim, or really you could just say the Calvinist claim if you want to, the Reformed claim, right? Is that God has predetermined, foreordained, decreed, whatever words we want to use, the world to be exactly as it is. And He has His own righteous purpose for doing so. If you affirm that statement, you affirm predestination, right? Now, you may affirm predestination to a greater or lesser extent, but you affirm predestination if you affirm that statement. And like I said, the greater or lesser extent thing could be as far as like I'm a compatibilist, for example. So I believe that humans do make genuinely free decisions, but that those decisions are simultaneously predetermined. And that there is no contradiction in this. And it's a position that, of course, is explained by many who are much wiser than I. But that would be the standard compatibilist position, is just to say the compatible divine determinism and human free will are mutually compatible without contradiction. But there are hard determinists out there who would say there is no free will, that men aren't truly free. I would argue that the concept of libertarian free will, which is to say indeterminate free will, is a little bit incoherent, but I think that would be something that I'd have to go into a little bit more. So if we get there, we'll get there. But the point is just that, again, if we're of the position that God put a certain person in this terrible existence because there are greater purposes at play, then we are essentially affirming Reformed theology that God has ordained, decreed, predetermined, whatever it happens to be, a set number of immoral actions so that the greater benefit can be reached, so that the greater good can be reached, would probably be a better way to put that. But regardless.
Yeah, and this is something that like I said, this was a huge problem for my faith, and it's kind of come full circle. When I first joined this community, I was looking for just looking for evidence of a better way to say it would be to look for ways to strengthen my faith to what it was before, and then I got involved in the discussion about soteriology, and now I've listened to what everyone's had to say about determinism and all of that, and it's taken me right back to what I've had to tackle with, and yeah, it is a tough thing to try to refute. I don't think it is possible for any human being to be able to refute without without any divine revelation assistance. I used to I had a conversation with an old Christian friend who got me into the faith initially. We were schoolmates in grade school. I laid this problem to him, and he didn't really have a response, and he admitted that, and I appreciated his honesty, because even if indeterminism is true and our choices are not bound by anything that God had done previously, then it could still be said that that person ended up where he eventually will end up as a result of his own creation, which again goes back to God. So in other words, if indeterminism is true, then why would God not choose to only create those whom he foreknew would remain obedient to him? In other words, why did he create the fallen ones, or the ones who will fall, where he could have just chosen to create the loyal saints? And the only answer that could possibly be thrown at that question would be for his own glorification. So it's kind of it's kind of the same token to say, well, for a determinist who says that God predetermines evil for his own glorification, and on the other hand, you have the indeterminist who says that God chose to create the fallen subjects who are who by their own uncaused free will choose to reject God and suffer eternal damnation, also for God's own glory. So
Well, it's funny too. On that kind of same note, the reformers were the first ones to talk about things like God's prescriptive versus God's ultimate will, and things of that nature, and that has now been terminology that is
just freely accepted in, like, for example, Molinist circles. So it is interesting, right? It's one of those things.
Yeah. I mean, like Kenny said, if there is, if you have something that is immaterial and outside of time, such as a spirit, soul, then it could. I mean, I think we're missing a critical piece of the puzzle, and we may have to wait until until we get a chance to converse with God directly to get the answer. Maybe that's what that great mystery in the book of Revelation is referring to, the great mystery that'll be revealed. If it is something that exists outside of time, then, I mean, like, if you imagine a CD, a compact disc, if you were to all the information is there, is on that disc. When you hold it up, you're holding up the entire album, start to finish, right in front of you. But then if you put it into a CD player and you play it, then the music comes alive, and then you go from start to finish, or you could stop at any intermittent point. So I suppose, one way to look at it could be, and even it makes limited sense, I'll admit, is to look at the individual souls and the choices that they must necessarily manifest as having been that way eternally, which is to say that because there is a God, therefore it must be that there is also going to be a creation with these sentient subjects in that creation, with their the choices that they manifest, whether it be good or bad. So it's kind of like part and parcel. It's all or nothing. If you're going to have a God, and obviously there has to be a God in order for us to even uh, uh, to have this conversation, right? Because we hold to at least I think a limited sense of presuppositionalism. So to have the creation means that there must be a God, and if there must be a God, then there must be everything that comes with it. So yeah, I think we've come full circle in this, in our conversation, and my position is along the lines of where Jamie is at in on this topic, which is that yes, you can assert a certain degree of causation to God, but just how far along does that, just how far reaching does that extend to him being responsible for the evil that's in the world is questionable.
Speaking of Jamie, is he still here?
I don't know. I haven't heard him say anything. He might have stepped away, or maybe fell asleep.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he might have fallen asleep. I probably have to do that myself. I guess it is getting to be about 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about 5 o'clock where I am. Well, I appreciated the conversation. It's been thought provoking, and I look forward to discussing it more with any one of you who are interested on the topic. I still have more researching to do myself to learn more about the Calvinist doctrine, what Molinism teaches, and as well as to gather the scriptural evidence to in support or against certain arguments. And so I appreciate everything you've laid out tonight, this morning rather.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an absolutely great conversation, and I likewise very much enjoyed it. It was incredibly edifying.
Yeah. So on that note, I'll say good night. And Jamie, if you are still there, I'll wish you a good night as well. I'll still try to find your profile on chess.com. Because there's a search function. I typed in your name, but it didn't yield anything. I'm just saying that to Jamie because he's a chess player on there, and I've been trying to improve my chess skills, and so I was looking forward to playing a game with him. Yeah. All right. Well, so I'll say good night and God bless. I'll talk to you guys eventually soon, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And God bless you as well.
Cool. Good night. Bye.
And to everyone else, I'll just go ahead and say thank you to Jamie, even though I don't think he's actually here at the moment. And thank you to all you guys as well. And because I have to, I got to throw this in somewhere, right? I'm going to go ahead and just shamelessly plug the channel if anyone's interested. I do have a channel called The Synagogue. And yeah, if anybody wants to check that out, go right ahead. But appreciate everybody. And Jamie, if you're hearing any of this later on, thanks for letting me on, and God bless everyone.